Dobre wieczór. Dzień dobry, pani.
Good morning.
Thank you. It's quite special for a French ambassador to speak English in the French residence, but I will try to use in the French embassy, but I will do my best to speak to you in English. So it's my pleasure to, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, dear participants, it's my pleasure to welcome you in this beautiful building, the French Embassy in Warsaw. Maybe before starting, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this room is now named after Mrs. F. Curie. I don't know whether you know who is Mrs. F. Curie. She was the second daughter of Marie Skłodowska-Curie, and she was one of the she was the first biographist of her mother. And she also was a diplomat, which is not common in this period. She was the advisor of the first Secretary General of NATO in the 50s. She passed away only in 27, if I am not mistaken. She had a very long life, a very fruitful life. And for us, it is important to note that she was among the very first to join General de Gaulle in London and to be a French resistance. So she is a public figure to be maybe more known in France and also in Poland. This is why a few months ago we have named this room by her name. So, going back to the reason why we are here, it's for me with a great pleasure that I welcome you to the French Embassy on the occasion of the opening of the conference, Circular Bioeconomy as Key to Biodiversity and Resilience, organized in partnership with the Institute for Innovation and Responsible Development, INNOVO. I would like to extend a particularly warm welcome to Mrs. Agnieszka Schneck, President of INNOVO. I sense, where are you? You are here, thank you. I want to recognize you. I sincerely thank you for your commitment and for the collaboration, which makes this conference one of the highlights of the 2025 Circular Week, a week we are honored to inaugurate here at the French Embassy. France is absolutely convinced that the bioeconomy is a strategic lever linking innovation, agriculture, industry, and climate ambition. This vision is fully reflected in our national bioeconomy strategy. This conference also carries a strong symbolic significance. It takes place just a few months after the signing on May the 9th, 2025, of the Treaty of Nancy between Prime Minister Donald Tusk and President Emmanuel Macron. And if I may, I will say a few words about this milestone treaty, which is the Treaty on Nancy. This treaty is going to be ratified very soon. It has been already ratified by Poland, and things to be noted, it has been ratified with an overwhelming majority by both by the two chambers, by Sejm and Senate, meaning that there is a transpartisan support from the Polish side to this treaty, which is something to be noticed. This treaty is really what we call in our diplomatic language a premium treaty, meaning that it enhances our relationship to a new level. There is a very strong component on security and defense for obvious reason, because we want Poland and France to confront possible danger coming from the east together, and so this is why we decided to state our common destiny and our strong will to work in defense and security area altogether. So this is the first point. The second big chapter is related to economy and energy, and you are part of this with this interesting seminar. And the third also element is what covers culture and education and memory. We have a very fruitful and vivid common memory in particular, and very strong, and we enjoy a very strong cultural ties, and we want to reinforce, if possible, those common historical links. I was mentioning F. Curie, and it is clear that Maria Skłodowska-Curie is a very strong element of common historical significance. And on this, I want also maybe to draw your attention of the fact that in the Treaty of Nancy, there is for the first time a day, a special day, which has been chosen by Prime Minister Tusk for the 20th of April every year on this day. So in the first edition will be next year. We will celebrate and commemorate the Polish-French friendship. So that would be a very strong opportunity for both in Poland and in France to mark publicly how our two countries are going, are good allies and good friends, and how do we want to continue in that direction. So this treaty marks a new chapter in the long history of Franco-Polish friendship, one focused on action, European solidarity and cooperation in key areas such as sustainable agriculture, research and biodiversity protection. The challenges we are addressing today are both European and global in scope. That is why I hope this conference will not only serve as a platform for discussion, but also as a laboratory for concrete solutions, a moment of inspiration, co-creation, and commitment toward a circular economy, sustainable development, and an innovative and resilient Europe. On this, I wish you all an excellent and fruitful day of work. That will be very busy and active day, sure, but I'm sure it will be also very fruitful. And I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is pleasure and honor to welcome you on today's event, Circular Bioeconomy as a Key to Biodiversity and Resilience. It is actually the kickoff and the first event of the 8th edition of Circular Week. And a very special event and a very, very special topic, because we meet at a truly pivotal moment, just as the European Commission is about to publish its new strategy on the bioeconomy. It will come in a few weeks. The strategy will shape the next decade of Europe's green transformation, defining how we use biological resources responsibly to build a more sustainable, circular, and resilient economy. The bioeconomy sits at the intersection of nature, innovation, and economy, connecting agriculture, industry, energy, and research. And it is about creating value from renewable resources, reducing waste, regenerating ecosystem, and designing materials and products that stay in the loop. It is also about people, farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and communities working together toward a just and inclusive transition. At the Circular Week, we have always believed that circularity and bioeconomy must go hand in hand. And it is happening. Also, when we see a bioeconomy strategy at European level, there will be very strong circularity angle in this policy. Because circular bioeconomy offers not only new business opportunities, but also concrete solutions to the most pressing challenges of our time. From biodiversity loss, climate change, to food security and sustainable resource use. Today we will hear from policymakers, innovators, experts from across Europe, from France, Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Norway, who will share their experience in developing national bioeconomy strategies, integrating them in the broader policy frameworks and translating them into practical action. We will also explore how innovation, agriculture, and local governance can accelerate this transformation and what the future holds for Europe's bioeconomy beyond 2030. Let this day be a space for inspiration, exchange, and collaboration that strengthen the common vision of a circular, regenerative, and nature-positive economy for Europe. Thank you all for joining, and a special thank you from the French Embassy to hosting us today, but also thank you very much for the Embassy of Kingdom of the Netherlands, Embassy of Norway, and Embassy of Germany for your constant and strong support of Circular Week, and also for support this event. This event is also received patronage of Ministry of Agriculture. So it's also a special moment for maybe strategy for bioeconomy for Poland, which we still don't have. But let's start the event, and I would like to welcome Mr. Tomasz Calikowski, representative of European Commission, who will tell us a little bit more about the healthy planet, green transition, and bioeconomy strategies. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, and indeed it is a pleasure for
Dzień dobry, to wielka przyjemność być tutaj z Państwem. Dziękuję za
hosting this event, and indeed I wish I could stay for the whole event, but there will be also colleagues from the European Commission at further days of this week. In my presentation today, I will focus mostly on the research and innovation element of bioeconomy. Of course, it is a set of different policies that the European Commission supports. So then I will also try to give a bit of an overview at the start of this event from the policy level dimension, and to present how research can support this process. If I could have a next slide. I don't know. Maybe I can control with this. Thank you. And just before I start, it is also a pleasure for me just to say to be in Warsaw, because my home city, so very nice to be here with you today. Okay, so just to remind ourselves that this, of course, is a process in which research and innovation builds on the progress in science and in life sciences especially. So last year, this is already coming from previous year. Of course, you don't have to read the details of this slide, but just to highlight that in March last year, the European Commission adopted a communication on biotechnology and biomanufacturing, which was actually the communication reflecting on the progress in this important field, underpinning bioeconomy as many of technologies, but biotechnology is a key technology in which can be used in many sectors, from health to agriculture to food production and so on. And this was the first communication in this area in more than 20 years. So there was a previous one on biotechnologies back in 2002. And last year there was another one, so more than 20 years later, on biotechnologies and biomanufacturing. And what was important here in that among the actions of this communication, we already see that the bioeconomy strategy was recognized as one of actions, was one of results of this communication, and now it will be adopted indeed very, very soon, later in this month actually. This is the plan. So just to continue with more recent policies, again, this is a very complex slide, so just to say that we have this what is called the competitiveness compass. This current commission is very dedicated to the topic of competitiveness. So this builds on the previous von der Leyen Commission focusing on green transition. This one, of course, is continuing with green transition, but stressing the competitiveness element here. And this competitiveness compass communication from January this year had a long list of different policies divided into 3 big sections. First one dedicated to closing the innovation gap, then developing roadmap for decarbonization, and then finally reducing dependencies in building strategic autonomy. So indeed, this topic is also very present there. And in these different sectors, you can see some strategies or policies that connect more to the topic of bioeconomy. For instance, the one on building bioeconomy strategy. This is still in red because this is still upcoming. The ones that are in green have already been adopted. So I will say a few words about these policies that are more connected to bioeconomy. But as you can see, the purpose of the slide is to show that this is not a single sectorial policy called bioeconomy strategy, but it is a more comprehensive plan to bring the innovation and indeed the development and competitiveness push into different sectors in which bioeconomy can be helpful. So just to say that there is this communication on the startups and scale-ups, so building how we can support businesses in Europe, in which of course bioeconomy is also very present. So today in the discussion there will be some companies, and of course this topic of supporting small and medium enterprises, building new value chains in bioeconomy, different sectors is very much in the center of this discussion. So communication on the startups and developing what is called the 28th regime so beyond the national regulatory regimes, there is also a plan to have a one on the European level. Then the life science strategy, also published earlier this summer in July, in which life sciences, again, connecting also to the one that I mentioned at the beginning, the biotechnologies and biomanufacturing. Life sciences are also key technologies underpinning bioeconomy. And here we want to make sure that Europe becomes or continues to be a most attractive place for researchers globally. And in this, in the flagship actions of life science strategy, there is one which is also upcoming, very important one on Biotechnology Act, which is also in the preparation. There is a discussion whether this Biotechnology Act, and I will say a few words about it later, but whether it will only focus on the health sector or it should be broader and cover also, for instance, agricultural innovation, because there, of course, biotechnology is also very important. Then the one that is the focus of the discussion today, of course, you have seen all of this discussion because there was a public consultation closed also earlier this year. So this is really nothing new, but just to say that this strategy is about to be adopted in a few weeks' time. So this will again focus on scale-ups, commercialization, high-value applications, but making sure at the same time that the biomass that is needed for supporting bioeconomy is sustainable and it is also competitive, that it can come from domestic sources in Europe, but also the one that is imported is also sustainable. And this placing of European Union in the international context is important because, of course, we are always in the global trade situation. So this push for sustainability, but also biomanufacturing, development of new biochemicals, agro-food, and so on in Europe is here critical. Then not forget, of course, in the context of circularity, that the Circular Economy Act is also to be adopted next year, focusing on the secondary raw materials, also on electronic waste. So I just mentioned this here because, of course, there is this aspect of circular bioeconomy, which is the center of discussion also today. So this act will also support the circularity and will also recognize, will build on the bioeconomy strategy, which comes earlier this year. Then the innovation itself. So again, this 28 regime, removing barriers and supporting the scale-ups. So again, this is planned for next year. Consultation has been closed. So this is a more high-level horizontal policy, but it certainly recognizes also the role of bioeconomy. And then coming now to the topic of more concrete research, because of course all this requires significant investments and financing. So how the future of current program on research innovation, Horizon Europe, that we know today, is proposed to be continued until 2034. So the next framework program, also called Horizon Europe, with a significant increase of funding that the Commission proposed. This was a proposal from July this year. Doubling the financing and also developing what is called the European Competitiveness Fund, which includes four competitiveness windows. And one of them is dealing with health, biotechnology, agriculture, and bioeconomy. So essentially bringing together the current clusters of Horizon Europe. If you know the current structure. Cluster 1, which deals with health, and Cluster 6, which deals with agriculture, environment, and bioeconomy. So in this proposal, they are together. And indeed, biotechnology could be a linking element because biotechnology, again, is behind many innovations in health, but also in agriculture and so on. So the details of this proposal will be ironed out in the next year. The first discussions in the Council have started already on the governance of this structure, and of course the funding will still have to be confirmed. And indeed there is also so the discussion about the governance, common rules. So simplification is another keyword for this Commission. So competitiveness and simplification of this structure to making the life of applicants and especially companies easier in this process in research. But at the same time, just to wrap up my presentation, just not to forget that we still have current Horizon Europe program, Cluster 6, which has now still 2 years of its life, so 26-27. And this Cluster 6, as we know it, will be now publishing very soon its work program for 26-27, so biannual call. Already the draft has been published, so in this link, or you can just Google it up. You can already find the details of the call. Several of chapters of this program deal with or refer to new bioeconomy strategy. The ones concretely about food production from primary production, circular economy and bioeconomy sectors, clean environment and zero pollution, and finally the governance. So this will support the process of implementation of a new bioeconomy strategy in the 2 remaining years of this program. And also not to forget that we also have a dedicated instrument which is publishing its call and supporting investors and researchers in parallel to Horizon, which is a partnership with industry, a very successful program that we support with 1 billion euro from European Union funding, so public funding, and combining this with private 1 billion euro, so joint undertaking. One of few instruments of this kind in the current program. This program published its call for 25 recently. This call is now being evaluated. The new one is upcoming, so in December there will be a new call for 26 coming soon, and then next year the final one in 27. And of course the discussion is also ongoing if this partnership will be continuing, and if so, in which form under the new Horizon Europe program. One event that is interesting to keep in the agenda is the Stakeholder Forum, planned for March next year. This is an event aiming at matchmaking and bringing potential applicants and call proponents together. So with this, thank you very much for your attention. I will be here to answer any questions if are any. Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. And before we go to the bioeconomy strategies, I want to tell you a little bit about different angle of bioeconomy, because bioeconomy, it's not only food waste, it's not about the regenerative agriculture, but it is also bioremediation. What bioremediation means? It's a nature-based solution for the clean environment, because we put in the environment so different contaminants as pharmaceutics, as heavy metals, plastics, etc. And now we are in a moment when we have to really try to clean our earth, soil, and air. And for this, we can use the nature, the living creatures like microorganisms, plants, clams, earthworm, and this is also bioeconomy. So let me show you a short video what it's about. Thank you.
Environmental contamination is one of the most pressing challenges our planet faces today. Unsustainable production and consumption flood nature with plastics, fuels, pharmaceuticals, and other chemicals. Only 37% of Europe's surface waters meet ecological standards. An estimated 2.8 million sites across the European Union may be contaminated. Toxins seep into our air, water, and soil, endangering life and limiting community well-being, but also leads to economic damage. Bioremediation uses living organisms, microorganisms, enzymes, plants, and animals to break down harmful contaminants like oil spills or microplastic waste, which accumulate in the environment into less toxic substances. This approach reduces pollution impacts while conserving ecosystems and boosting biodiversity. Why bioremediation? Bioremediation uses natural processes to clean pollution without harmful chemicals. Microbes break down pollutants into harmless substances like water and carbon dioxide, up to 50% cheaper than conventional cleanup methods. Preserves soil health, reduces erosion, and aids ecosystem recovery. Restores environments while supporting the circular economy. However, bioremediation requires a careful selection of organisms and their assembly that addresses certain types of contaminations. That's what NIMFI is all about. NIMF is developing strategies to restore soil, sediments, and water. Our technologies are wastewater technology, soil technology, microbiomes modeling technology. To demonstrate bioremediation efficiency, NIMFA will test the biological systems at 4 heavily polluted sites: Erpe River, Germany; Ferrara Province, Italy; Falasana, Western Crete in Greece; Alcalá, Spain; Leopoldov, Slovak Republic. We have one bold goal: to remove 90% of pollutants from contaminated sites. Hopefully, this will only be the start of a less polluted environment for all organisms to thrive in. Bioremediation is not just a method, it's a promise of cleaner, greener future.
This was just to show you how broad topic bioeconomy is, and that's why we need bioeconomy strategies. And not by accident we are in the French embassy, because this is the one of the few countries in Europe who has already bioeconomy strategy. And let's listen what is about. I would like to introduce our French expert, Pablo Manubare, which will tell us about the biomass mobilization strategy from French perspective.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's start my presentation. So, his team and the Polish authorities, and also the Institute Innower for organizing this conference. So on the bioeconomy. So first, France adopted a dedicated national bioeconomy strategy in 2017. Why? Because we believe that bioeconomy is a powerful lever to connect innovation, agriculture, industry, and climate ambition. Our objective is to support the ecological and energy transition while also creating new economic opportunities for rural areas and minimizing environmental impact. Importantly, we take a broad and systemic view. Bioeconomy includes food, feed, material, energy, and ecosystem services, from research to real-life local projects. From the very beginning, we worked with stakeholders, researchers, farmers, industries, local authorities to design this strategy. It was officially launched in 2017 and followed by a national action plan in 2018. We then created a dedicated working group that leads on the creation of the Bioeconomic Thematic Intersectorial Commission, which reunites main bioeconomist stakeholders to follow the progress of French strategy actions. Furthermore, after the COVID-19 pandemic, a major national investment plan called France 2030 was implemented in 2021. Within this plan, numerous aid schemes have been launched to support research, innovation, and industrialization in the sector of bioeconomy. So the strategy focuses on 4 core priorities. First, increasing sustainable production of bioresources, like agriculture, residues, forestry, byproducts. Second, helping these resources become real market products, biomaterial, bioplastic, bioenergy, and more. Third, supporting the transition to a high-performance and sustainable bio-based industry. And fourth, involving citizens, territories, and in the bioeconomy, because public understanding and social acceptance are key for success. So about current focus and future steps, looking ahead, one of the biggest challenges we face in France is that we call the biomass bottleneck. By 2030 or 2035, indeed, our national capacity to produce sustainable biomass will likely fall short of projected demand, especially for decarbonization of various economic sectors. This is a structural issue, and it means that we have to improve how we plan, allocate, and monitor biomass use. That's why France is strengthening governance of those policies. We have launched a national coordination platform involving all relevant public agencies. They are working together to share studies, data, models, and projections, and to build a shared vision of available biomass and its uses in France. In parallel, we created what is now a fully official body, the Bioeconomy Intersectoral Technical Committee, or CTI. So it was established in 2019 and then recently updated in 2024 to bring together all relevant stakeholders, representative for farming sector, forestry, wood industries, public institutions, downstream bio-based industries, and government administrations. So the CTRI's role is to inform and advise public authorities and stakeholders on biomass mobilization and non-food uses. It provides recommendations to guide a national bioeconomy policy. French government is also working on prioritizing use of biomass, a principle called cascading use or merit order. The idea is simple. So food and soil health come first, then materials and industrial products, and then energy. This principle will be discussed with stakeholders with a view to possible integration into a national planning framework. So we must build bioeconomy that is sustainable, competitive, and socially accepted. Finally, I would like to discuss with you the vision of France in relation to the new bioeconomy strategy led by European Commission, and which will soon be presented, as it was said previously. Taking into account the elements of the French strategy I have just presented, France would like the European strategy to place particular emphasis on first ensuring that primary producers are fully integrated into value chains and directly benefit from bioeconomy, ensuring sustainable and balanced management of biomass resources, establishing favorable market conditions for products for the bioeconomy, strengthening coherence of European regulation and public policies related to bioeconomy, and finally, support innovation and the industrialization of technologies developed in Europe. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion and the future international collaborations with our countries.
Thank you very much, Pablo. But France, it's not only country with bioeconomy strategy. The Netherlands also have the one. And I would like to invite Richard Kempen from the Dutch Ministry on Infrastructure and Water Management to share your bioeconomy strategy.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to talk today about the Netherlands and the bioeconomy strategy. My name is Richard Kempen, and today I will be focusing on the policy perspectives for the bioeconomy strategy in the context of the circular materials transition. The topic of the bioeconomy is very important in the Netherlands, as you can tell by our Princess Maxima on the left-hand side opening a biochemical plant in the north of the Netherlands. Thank you. Hopefully this is better. Yes, there we go. So, first of all, for those of you who are confused about why I'm from the Ministry of Infrastructure, that's because in the Netherlands we are organized that, in a way that the circular economy is positioned at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Well, of course, we also have a Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Climate Policy and Green Growth. And the three of us work together on promoting the bioeconomy. And today I will be telling you a bit about our position paper that we wrote for the call for evidence on the bioeconomy strategy, where we have three main priorities. First of all, to create and protect European lead markets for bio-based products, to support primary producers in a strategic industry, and also to increase sustainable biomass availability. And as you can tell, this is very much similar to the French position just shared now, and also, I think, in a lot of ways, the direction the European Commission is focusing on as well, as we saw in the presentation of Thomas. So there's a lot of more of detail in this position paper that I don't have the time to share it now, but I do have some copies of our position paper with me today. If you are interested, I'm of course willing to share, and we have also published the position paper online for those of you interested. But today I will focus on two aspects of our position paper: the market creation need for high-value applications, as well as our cascading principles for the sustainable application of biomass. Firstly, a bit more about the circular economy. In the Netherlands, of course, we also have the 55% reduction goal for 2030 for our CO2 emissions. And with our circular strategies, we hope to reduce 4 megatons of CO2. And while that doesn't sound like a lot, there's of course other benefits from circular strategies, such as reducing plastic pollution, but also it's a more long-term thing, because in circular production you have the Scope 3 emission reduction, which isn't measured in the Scope 1 reduction targets, but of course is very important. And we think the circular economy is so important that we have a national program dedicated to the circular economy, which we revised just last September, and we made our goals for the national program a bit more concrete. So by 2030, we want to have 50% of our material use to be coming from circular resources, such as secondary resources or biomass. And by 2050, we want it to be fully circular. Now, that means that we will also need a lot of bio-based raw materials, because with recycling, inherently, there's some efficiency loss. So you will need to implement the bio-based materials as well in order to make up for that efficiency loss. And the question how much biomass is needed is a topic for discussion and a lot of research as well. But one thing that we stress every time is that the biomass, of course, needs to be sustainably sourced. We don't want to improve or worsen actually deforestation by trying to defossilize the economy, of course. So let me dive into the cascading principles that we use in the Netherlands to most efficiently allocate the scarce biomass. Like we just heard, the biomass bottleneck, we see that one coming in the Netherlands as well. So there's a real important need to allocate biomass most efficiently. And our framework is focused not on food and feed. We hope to start doing that in the future, but for now, it's not in the framework yet. So we will be mostly talking about the differences in cascading principles for the energy versus material use. So for this framework, we have a decision tree, which first starts with the question, do you actually need the bio-based material? Hopefully, if you can reduce, for example, refuse and using other circular strategies, you can avoid using biomass at all. But if not, then the second important question, like I just mentioned, is this biomass needs to be sustainably sourced itself. If it's not, then there cannot be the case of sustainable application. But if it is, if the biomass is sustainably sourced, then it's about where do you use it in what application? And then the first question we ask is there a renewable alternative available in a timely and cost-effective manner? And for example, energy. is one of those where you have solar and wind available already. So that means that energy, for example, we say is a low-value application. You don't want to be burning biomass to create that energy. I will come into some more examples in the next slide. But if there's not a alternative timely available, then you have two options. Either you think that the biomass is a sustainable application in the long term as well, so say past 2050, or it's a bridging application, and you want to use it in the meantime to defossilize, for example, fuels, but in the end, on the longer term, you don't want to be using the biomass, which makes it a bridging application. And that's actually a really tough one in terms of policy, because you will need to build up first this use of biomass, but you also in the meantime need to think about building it down again, because in the end term you don't want to keep on burning biomass, for example, in biofuels. And if it is applicable for the long term, we call it a high value application. And that's, for example, in the materials, in construction, or in the chemical industry. So like I said, a few examples and our policy strategies based on these. Like I mentioned, electricity we view as a low-value application of biomass because of the renewable alternatives already cheaply available. Same goes for light road transport, because you can switch your gas car for a electric vehicle. So in this application, our strategy and policy is to phase out the use of biomass. And we do that by, for example, reducing subsidies on the energy, the biomass energy. The second application is the bridging application, like I mentioned, for more hard-to-abate applications, such as the heavy road transport, but also aviation and shipping. We still have a long way to go in defossilizing those sectors. So there we do see for the short, middle term, the application of biomass in, for example, biofuels. But in the end term, we don't want there to be biomass for biofuels in the future. So that's why there is the policy strategy on converting these biomass. And finally, with the high-value application, like I mentioned, the materials in construction, for example, reducing steel or concrete by wood, and also the bio-based feedstocks in the chemical industry, where our policies are focused on phasing in, building these applications by, for example, subsidies and stimulating that high-value application. So that was the part about our allocating principles for the most efficient application of biomass. Now I want to tell you a bit about an example for market creation for one of those high-value applications, the chemical industry. So just last Friday, actually, very brand new, we published a national vision on sustainable carbon chemistry in the Netherlands. This is a paper, a vision that I've been working on for the past year and a half. But firstly, let me talk about what is sustainable carbon. We defined that as all carbon that avoids or replaces additional fossil carbon from the geosphere, which can be either secondary resources like recycling plastic waste, bio-based, and then again, as mentioned, it needs to be sustainably sourced, or in the future, CO2 as well. And we started this vision because we noticed that there is a white spot in policy for defossilizing the non-energetic use of carbon. There's a lot of attention for reducing fossil fuels and fossil feedstocks, but there was a lack of focus for the material transition. So a year and a half ago, we started by going first to the European scale, and we presented a joint statement to European Commissioner Wopke Hoekstra, where we called for a policy framework on the use of sustainable carbon, pushing the high-value applications of carbon. Well, we tried to push for this in the European scale, together with co-signing countries such as Spain, Ireland, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. We also needed to look at our own country, of course, what we can do ourselves in order to get this going. So that's why we created, with a lot of experts, industry, and several other governments the national vision on carbon chemistry. And I think this transition is not only applicable to the Dutch chemical sector, but to chemical sectors across Europe. The highlights I want to mention is that the feedstock transition offers the opportunity for resilience and autonomy when we phase out the fossil resources used in the chemical industry and focus more on recycling and biomass. This creates new value chains with new economic models, and it will improve our resource independence. And also, as mentioned, we think that all carbon sources will be needed to overcome this carbon bottleneck. We see three main routes to sustainable carbon chemistry. The first one is using new feedstocks in existing routes and assets for making existing products by the chemical sector, where, for example, we would use bio-naphtha instead of fossil naphtha in the current infrastructure. I won't go into too much details about the chemical industry because the topic is bio-based, but in all of these routes, there's the possibility to use biocarbon instead of the fossil carbon. The second route is more focused on recycling, for example, gasification, where we would use new feedstocks in new routes and assets to create again the existing products. For example, with producing biomethanol and then making methanol to olefins, where we still need to scale the existing techniques and various and multiple input streams are accepted, such as also residual waste streams of biomass. And finally, the third route is the new biochemistry, which we summarize as new feedstocks for new routes and assets and new products as well. One of those new products, for example, is PEF, which is produced by the company you saw our Princess Maxima opening in the first slide, which replaces the fossil PET. The thing is, with this route, that there is still a long development needed, research and development, to scale the techniques and really make use of the benefits of those new biochemistry. For example, the carbon retention, energy use, and other benefits that the biochemistry has. So with those three routes, we will focus on building and scaling the first and the second route, or I mean the second and the third, the gasification recycling route and the new chemistry route. And we also need to focus on transforming this basic chemistry to sustainable basic chemistry. And one really important thing here is that we need controlled reduction of fossil feedstocks, because the chemical industry is a really interwoven sector. And there's a lot of synergies right now with the current system that in the current economic difficulties for the sector, we see a lot of companies scaling down facilities, factories in Europe. And when that happens, you will also lose the synergies that right now we really need to build the new chemistry upon of. So, policy, what is needed? There are some things we can do ourselves in the Netherlands. We will focus on providing sufficient supply of circular carbon resources by scaling up recycling and agriculture. We need sufficient and affordable green energy, which means we need to continue building and scaling our solar and wind farms. And also, a difficult one for the Netherlands, we need space. As you know, we're a really tiny country, not only in the physical space, but currently we also have a nitrogen crisis, which really blocks any projects for sustainable development. If we are able to fix those preconditions, then there's also some things that will really accelerate the transition. For example, harmonizing legislation for carbon accounting, mass balance, but also end-of-life status. So we can then commoditize residual waste streams and secondary resources across borders. And of course, we still need investments in research and innovation to scale all of these techniques. But crucially, what we need is a positive, competitive, circular business case, because unfortunately, as you all know, the more sustainable products are still the more expensive products. So that's why we really focus on stimulating EU internal demand with minimal requirements for circular percentages such as secondary materials or biomass. Luckily, as we heard from the presentation from Thomas, there's a lot of things coming our way. And we really need the EU policy to maintain our critical production in the EU and maintain our independence or increase our independence. So we also need to secure the affordable energy supply.
and support the shift to a circular economy. In order to assist the sector in its decarbonization journey, like I said, there's a lot of important EU policy packages coming up. The bioeconomy strategy, of course, talking here today, we are really looking forward to seeing that strategy and then implementing it together in the future. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for this comprehensive and very interesting presentation. I think very important is what you said, that if you want to develop bioeconomy, it must be developed under circular economy principles. But what about Poland? We don't have bioeconomy strategy yet. But is there the light in the tunnel? Piotr Jurga, expert in the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation.
Where's the, I'll just click, okay. So yeah, we have just heard, it's great to be here, first of all. So many thanks for the invitation, and also that we can also share some insight from Poland, how is it going. We just heard a very brilliant presentation from Western Europe about some concrete aspects and some elements which are already set up. And I just wanted to more share with you some kind of a process, how we try to work and how we try to support, firstly, from formulation of the circular bioeconomy roadmap, because as you know, we don't have a roadmap currently, we don't have also the strategy, so like going step by step, we just would like to have some proposition from the different approach, coming from the bottom-up approach. So here today, I am with my colleagues from CACP from Germany, where we work together on the project which is called C2Act, which support formulation of the circular bioeconomy roadmap. But of course, we're also here with our partners from the hub, and at the end we'll have some momentum also to present them. So firstly, we can start from the video.
Staram się tam, gdzie to jest możliwe.
Wherever possible, okay.
Że polski rząd, niezależnie który to będzie, powinien zbudować polską strategię biogospodarki.
National Bioeconomy Hub in Poland is supported by project C2Act, funded from Horizon Europe, empowering the Central and Eastern European countries to develop bioeconomy strategies and action plans. October 3rd, 2023, Poland.
Polska nie posiada niestety strategii biogospodarki. Projekt C2Act stwarza szansę, aby wesprzeć instytucje odpowiedzialne na poziomie krajowym za przygotowanie takiego dokumentu.
To jest totalna transformacja do systemów opartych na zasadach biologicznych.
No ta sama biomasa może być nawet 200-300 razy więcej warta.
Jeśli chodzi o przegląd instytucjonalny, mamy wszystkich, których potrzebujemy.
Ciągle w społeczeństwie jest duża grupa ludzi, którzy nie mają świadomości, jak ważna jest biogospodarka.
Spotykamy się po raz drugi i mam nadzieję, że to już będzie kolejny krok do wymiernych działań. Wiem, że będą powołane grupy tematyczne.
I chciałbym zawiązać w ramach hubu grupę związaną z liczeniem śladu węglowego, szacowaniem emisji.
Od tego, jakimi danymi nakarmimy systemy informatyczne, z których będziemy korzystać, zależy powodzenie wielu projektów.
Mniej biurokracji, więcej biologizacji. To jest postulat rolników.
Współpraca i komunikacja. My się w tym specjalizujemy.
Bardzo różnorodni partnerzy z bardzo ciekawymi pomysłami, bardzo duży potencjał infrastruktury dla hubu.
Musimy lepiej agregować wiedzę i lepiej ją pokazywać.
Mamy najczarniejszą energię elektryczną w Europie. Ponad 13 000 megawatów pełni kontrolowanej mocy. To jest wielki nieobecny naszej gospodarki.
Czy ktoś to tak bardzo dobrze zbadał?
Bo biogospodarka, tak jak to było powiedziane, często jest niezrozumiana.
Virginia Puzzolo.
Take the floor, because I'm here for you today.
11 000 ekspertów z całego świata, z pełnym CV w kilku językach. To jest nasza wiedza.
Jesteśmy przygotowani do tego, żeby w Polsce zbudować taką strategię.
I dlatego trzeba być bardzo aktywnym.
I would tell you just go on your own.
Poprzez realizację współpracy między różnymi podmiotami stwarzamy sobie szansę na to, aby ten dokument był realny i spójny.
By aktywność ludzka w zakresie tej gospodarki wywoływała korzystne zmiany w przyrodzie.
Okay, so you could see like some recap from last 1 year and a half of common meetings, common work, and also I cannot now share the detail of the proposition of the roadmap because we are still working on that. But on December probably we'll have a final version. We are after like a first draft, and we are working to have it the very good shape. But what can we say? We can say that firstly, of course, Poland some like pros and cons. Poland is one of the leaders in Europe of economic growth, and also we have very strong sectors, food sector, and we have also we have also. Sorry, it's not the slide.
Staram się tam, gdzie to jest
yeah, this one, the slide. So I just tried to put some of the factors which make us great to think also if we really need the bioeconomy, circular bioeconomy, and we can say that we have also like a very valuable like a potential of capital potential. We also have a lot of resources. We heard before that in the Netherlands it's kind of some difficulty with the space, but in Poland we don't have this kind of matter. We have really strong potential of the biomass, which can be transformed then and processed. We have also quite strong industrial and technological potential, and very great potential also of the residues of the side streams. So we can think, why don't we exploit this potential? We can also say that we are not the leaders of the innovation in Europe when we go for the rankings. We have some sectors which we call niche, and which we are not exploiting the potential. For example, biogas or biomethane. If we compare it to Germany, we have really very limitation, a small number of the plants. We also can hear in many of the events, many of the workshops which we conduct within the hub, that there is no like coherent approach and interministerial coordination to have this document which we lack. Also some kind of weak integration between the producing of the biomass and then processing. We sell a lot of biomass. I'm talking now about the biorefineries, which are one of the key elements of the new strategy, which will be probably published in 2 weeks, as we also heard before. And also we can hear from the hub cooperation that there are many of the regulatory and administrative barriers, which also somehow then can be kind of like a element which limit as well as lack of awareness and some that, for example, we have quite limited number of the application to the CBGU competition. I'm talking now about the pilot biorefineries plants. So because of that, also we set up group of the entities. As you see on the slide, they are not so not all of them. I just try to put some of them, which represent different group of the stakeholders, coming from the science to industry, administration, also the NGOs and civil societies. We came together and we try to put some progress in circular bioeconomy in Poland. Also because I can now, for example, tell you a lot about our institute, where we have like a 26 horizons, and we are involved in the strong cooperation in the ministries. What is not the point? The point is that if we sum up the potential of all of these 30 or 40 partners, then we can come with a very good solution. So within the hub, we try to, we of course have a vision and a mission, and our mission is to communicate the stakeholder position and the needs. We also try to support the development of the bioeconomy on the regional and the national level. We also try to integrate the elements of the like a European policy, as we now will have a new strategy, or we have the compass, which was talked before. We try to integrate these elements and also present them. We also try to support the cross-sectoral cooperation, because we also know that there are some silos existing, for example, in the agriculture, which sometimes is not opening for other sectors. And then also we try to encourage different groups of the stakeholders to cooperate and to bring together the value. And why do we need the roadmap, strategy, action plan, and then also some, why do we need the monitor progress? We already heard it about this from the partners from Netherlands and also from France, but we think that we should start from something, and the roadmap is a kind of a more narrow, shorter document which formulate the pathways and formulate the most important parts, elements, and then we would like to meet with the contact points in the ministries. We have already set up some meetings for December to present what do we have exactly and how the ministry can transform this roadmap to the strategy, and then also elaborate the action plan, and finally have a very update and very update monitoring of the progress. And also I think this is a challenge, how to update this kind of documents lively when there are new challenges or new elements which are coming. So we in the document, just some few details in the document. We started with the definition of the circular bioeconomy, and we try to describe the current state of the art in Poland. Then we we formulated the vision and the strategic goals of the priority areas. Then we came with some shape of the action plan and the list of the key elements. Also, we described the role of the different actors, who is responsible for what. We added the part of the financing aspect, and also how to evaluate and monitor the roadmap. And also we identified the risks, and finally we put the emphasis of the knowledge transfer, and also how to increase the awareness of the different group of the stakeholders. So here you can see some scheme on the right corner. On the up part there is a definition which we commonly elaborated within the C2 Act project, and then we try to divide the roadmap for the three parts. First one is a biomass value chains description. So we come from the production to processing, and then consumption, and finally how to process the waste. But we focus, it was also heard before, on the sustainability aspect, so how to produce the biomass in a regenerative way. Then we have some elements which are important for, we see as important one, the circular food system, functional food, biomanufacturing, because we have also great potential on that. And then also starting with some pilots of the biorefineries, trying to look for innovation in the bioenergy, biofuel sector. Also with some other elements which we see are quite promising, as for example upcycling. We have in the hub startups who are dealing with this topic. And then of course how to support the development by the policy aspects, how to get out from the silos, and how to also increase the potential of the niche sectors which has a really great potential, and also how to introduce, as what we said before, ecosystem services, for example, and nature-based solutions, as Agnieszka said also about the remediation. And finally, the part which is connected with the education, research, advisory, also digital and finance. So this is also a very important part which has a space in our formulated circular bioeconomy roadmap. So we are working on that. We have first draft, and then we are moving. So also it's a good moment to somehow formalize our cooperation with the partners. So you can see some elements of the memorandum which we signed, also to beside having some group of entities who started working on the roadmap, also to increase the number of the serious partners who are also strongly involved in supporting the circular bioeconomy development. So now taking the space of that I have a voice, also I would like to invite here a few of our partners to start signing the memorandum of understanding, working together on the preparation of this roadmap, which we would like to present and share with our policymakers. So if I can at the beginning invite our co-developers of the hub, Ms. Anna Gajek, the chairman of the EPRD company, and also Mr. Tadeusz Pęczek, who is the chairman of the ProCivis Foundation, here because I have here the memorandum, so we can sign now. I have also the pen, so we can have like a common photo. I'm still on time. I see that it's 15 minutes, and then also I would like to invite Agnieszka, who is like a co-organizer of the event as a Innovo representative, the chairman of the Innovo, and also Professor Stanisław Bielecki and Chairman Danuta Ciechańska of the Bioeconomy cluster. And also one of the other our partners, Professor Mariusz Maciejczak from the Institute of Finance, SGGW, the Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and Director of the Communication of the ReFood company, Andrzej Stangret. So we can, I have a pen here, and we can have like a symbolic signature, so we can then work together on this roadmap, and we can present and publish this document, which we will share with the ministries in December or January, depends on.
Hope for the bioeconomy strategy for Poland, and this is the last section before the coffee break, the panel discussion, when we discuss all what we hear about. So I would like to introduce Senator Piotr Masłowski, State of Republic of Poland. Thank you very much for joining, to be brave. Richard Kampen, which we know already from the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Jerzy Kozyra, professor of the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation, and he's also speaking on behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, because the ministry appointed Mr. Kozyra to speak on its behalf. I would like to introduce Marta Tomaszewska-Pielacha, Director of Food and Nutrition, Polish Federation of Food Producers, and Andrzej Stangret, Director of External Relations of ReFood Poland. I will just take the phone to check, to have the timing. So we have in our panel representative of decision makers and also business and some scientists. So actually we can hear from very different perspectives. So first of all, why we really need the bioeconomy strategy, and what could be the success, or how we define the success in implementing of national bioeconomy policy. Maybe I start with Senator, because you had the opportunity to speak.
I hope I will answer the last one. You know, we generally have a cultural problem with planning in Poland, with strategies. Even our prime minister used to say that if you have a vision, you are not a good manager, but you take drugs. So it's, in my opinion, the most important problem. And the second one is that the topic is divided between different ministries. Just like our colleague from Netherlands said, but we have agriculture ministry, we have a climate and environment ministry, we have an energy ministry, and water is connected with the Ministry of Infrastructure. So everyone try to act on policy. So every plan, every good strategy is a good solution to clarify some kind of things in this area. So I think it's really needed. But the first thing I can see is that we really have to face the problems. I mean, I don't know the document and I don't know what is in the agreement we have noticed a few minutes ago, but I can see a lot of problems in my area. I live in the Silesia. So what about the water? I mean, water from the coal mines, which is salty water. What about the devastated areas after coal mines? It's a really good place for biomass because certain part of Poland is wet. We have much more rain than in the central part of Poland, and I can see a lot of problems we have to face on before good strategy at the national level.
Thank you very much. So, Richard, how about Netherlands? So, how you define the success of good implementation of bioeconomy strategy, and how you deal with this silos approach? Yes, what our senator just said.
Yes, the silos approach is indeed a very difficult aspect of this transition because, as we noticed, the bioeconomy is a really broad topic with a lot of different interests at stake. I think I can say from my side, from the circular economy perspective of things, my definition of success for the bioeconomy strategy would be that we don't lose focus on the material transition while trying to defossilize our energy system. Because even though this, of course, is a very important topic to first reduce the fossil fuels, if we become too dependent on burning our biomass for our energy, I think that's a really big threat in order to become climate neutral and circular in the near future. So for me, the definition of success would be good collaboration within those silos, with winning the debate against my colleagues working on the energy crisis, or actually not winning the debate, but working together on those problems.
Thank you very much. Panie profesorze Jerzy Kozyra, so what about Poland and what about Polish decision makers and their approach to the bioeconomy strategy?
So at the beginning, I have to say that I'm a climatologist, so my point of view is directly connected to climate change. And we still are talking about resilience to climate change that we have and what we're progressing. Nowadays we have a problem with climate, but we have problem also with markets. We have problem with transformation because we simplify the farming systems, and in the value chains we have big changes. And why we need to have circular bioeconomy or bioeconomy strategy, we have to use this biomass sustainable and pay farmers for the farming. So the circular bioeconomy is a solution for us. It's a solution to be a partner to the chemical companies, and this is our aim. This is one point, and the second point is water. So this is interministerial issue. So we need to cooperate with others, and we need to show the issue of climate for others. We transform very fast if we talk about agriculture. So from the country of wheat production, we are country of the maize production, 2 million hectares of maize. And we have a lot of biomass that should be utilized, sustainable. And the market should be also sustainable for the farmers. So if we care about the sustainability in farming system, we also have to care about sustainability, how we use biomass. But the issue of water is the main problem. So in resilience of Polish agriculture.
Thank you very much. I think this silos approach is very much important, yes, and it's a big barrier at the moment. And we have business representatives. So first of all, tell me, do the business need bioeconomy strategy? Is bioeconomy important from your perspective? We have actually representative from two ends of the value chain, like the food producer and the waste management company. So do you need bioeconomy strategy? And if you tell me how you can see this a little bit mess in these ministries, yes, who really is responsible for what? I always say that we need the circular economy ministry, which should be the one which is like upon every of the ministers. I don't know, maybe start from the first part of the value chain, like producers.
Okay, so I'm Marta Tomaszewska, Polish Federation of Food Industry. From our perspective, bioeconomy strategy is actually essential. It's not desirable, but it's essential for food and agricultural business to cooperate. From our perspective, it's very important to have this coordination between different ministries, but also to have a coordination between different food sectors and between agriculture and food sector and so on. So, in our opinion, this bioeconomy strategy would gather all the stakeholders who are active in this field and could ensure that the activities are really important and are really meaningful and can be scaled up for the whole market.
Andrzeju?
Yes, so first of all, I'm very happy to be here and to have a chance to speak on behalf of, let's say, business side, because I can tell you that we really need a bioeconomy strategy because we see daily how it is important to have a clear guidance from the side of administration. We are the company who collect bio-waste from 3 different sources. This is food industry, retail, and HoReCa. And we transform it in AD plants, in biogas plants, to biogas and produce electricity, heat, and then digest it. We use as a fertilizer for local agriculture. Means that we think and we believe that this is a real circular business model. And I can tell you from our example is that, for example, taking the HoReCa market. So we don't know actually why in Poland it's a little bit different than, for example, even in Netherlands, but also in France, in Germany, in Denmark. It means that we don't have a clear guidance how to treat the bio-waste. It means kitchen leftovers and whatever is produced in the kitchen, and it is a waste. Why HoReCa market cannot send it to the energy production, which is natural because AD plants act locally. It is small renewable sources of energy, so it means less burned fossil fuels and so on. And one of the examples is that, for example, one ministry is exactly how you, Mr. Senator, said. One ministry is responsible who define what is a waste, what is not waste, what code of waste it is. The other ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, is responsible for overseeing the veterinary regulation. It means, okay, when it is produced in restaurants, it should be disposal in a specific way. And the third ministry, the health ministry, is responsible for controlling it. So, and I don't want to say that we don't have a regulation in this matter, because we do. And we do exactly the same regulation that in the whole European Union. But the only thing is that interpretation of this regulation of the national level, sometimes it's such difficult that we need a bioeconomy strategy to have this common goal. Because I think every of the representative of these ministries agree on it, that we want to have a clean energy, that we want to have less waste on landfills, and we want to have much more circular economy business model, let's say, in Poland. But everybody acts in the best possible thinking in their opinion, but without having this common goal, it's sometimes difficult to fulfill all of this.
Thank you very much. Mr. Senator, now the question head to you. Do you see the interest among your colleagues, other senators in parliament, about this topic like bioeconomy, circular economy? And how do you see your role or parliamentarians' role to really make this transformation happen?
I cannot see.
I cannot see either.
I know that it's sad, but it's true. I think that the awareness of the problem is really at the low level. So we have two paths. One path is government, politics, and so on, and the other is a society. Because when there is a pressure from the society, then politicians used to think about it. It's quite easy, I think, but nobody talks about it. The topic of the bio-waste is strictly connected with the price of the garbage collection, for example. So nobody, if you will discuss with the people, they do not know about it. So we have to do something with this kind of topics to build the pressure on the politics to do something with the topic. 3 years ago, I was a deputy mayor of Rybnik city. It was 150,000 of inhabitants, so it's not small city in Poland. It's like Opole or Zielona Góra, regional capitals. So we have started a project connected with the food waste in schools. And I know maybe 2 cities in Poland which are interested in. And if you will think about it at the national level, you have a lot of prisons, hospitals, schools, and so on, and nobody do anything. There even is no public discussion about the topic. So we have a lot of things to do. At the moment, we discuss between people who knows the topic, and maybe you think that the knowledge about it, that even when you will ask senators from the Commission of the Climate, but when you will check the knowledge, it's really on low level. So maybe I can invite you for a meeting and to present the document at in the Senate, because it's a way to start. That's
a great idea, especially that it's not really controversial topic, yes? It's something which we can all gain. And for Poland, I think it could be great competitiveness advantage, actually, because how much resources we have and what we can build.
It's connected with the energy, with the rural areas, so there's a lot of profits.
Look at Holland, at the Netherlands, yes? They are like much smaller. They don't have that much like resources as we have, yes, like bioresources. So really we can have a big potential in bioeconomy. I always repeat it. So Richard, maybe you can tell, because you presented like many very interesting examples, what you will suggest to start with? What could be your advice for us, for Poland, for a country like Poland, where we should start actually and how we should start?
Quite a big question. Not easy for me to say what Poland would need. But I do think that the topic of biomass is, as you said, quite uncontroversial. For example, there's nobody who has good arguments for food waste. Everybody is against food waste. So if you can, I would say a really important first step is to set up a governance, a group of like-minded shareholders from different aspects in society and government as well. And I think actually what we just saw, the signing of this understanding, will be a nice start. And finding common ground, I would say, with those people, and expressing that it's an opportunity as well. Don't frame it as a threat, but as an opportunity for new business models and doing good. I think that will be helpful as a start.
Thank you very much. Marta, so maybe I ask you now, what business doing at the moment? What is the best practice from business perspective to really make this bioeconomy happening?
Okay, so business is doing a lot of things in different fields. I think that the most important is reducing waste by in all the aspects of food chain. So reducing waste at the level of agriculture and then at the level of manufacturing, and also regarding the trade and the details. But also desiring circular systems in the food manufacturing process. We are also developing bio-based products which use the, I think Andrzej could tell some more maybe about this later on, but we are trying to make the circular at all stages of food manufacturers' activities. But I think that the very important thing, and we could talk about this maybe later on, is that business should have some support from environment. We should create the bioeconomy strategy as an enabling environment, so that all the actors could be involved in somehow, and law in this area should also be clear and predictable for food business operator.
Legislation. Do you see the willingness to cooperate between different producers, between different entities?
Yes, of course. This is crucial from our perspective. For example, at the local level, food manufacturers have to cooperate with, for example, agriculture. So that's why big companies, especially, they have their agreements with local agriculture, so that this cooperation could go on.
Yes, because you have two heads, yes, like a little bit like decision makers, but also you are first of all researchers, academia. So how do you see this cooperation between business and academia? Is it happening, and what it's need to be really strengthened, to be honest, and be really applicable? Yes, that you don't like come up with the different ideas which are completely not applicable or implementable by business. How do you see this?
Because of HUB, we are close to the small companies, and because of a big policy, we are close to the big companies. And we are also close to the ministry and the common agricultural policy. So we need to work mainly for the instrument for the common agricultural policy, but we also support the first generation bio products, and we are counting carbon. So it's a good methodology how to evaluate the carbon footprints of our activities. Is our main focus in my department now, and we try to implement the best methodology that we are afford for now. So this is the first thing, that's what we are doing for the businesses. You have to imagine that this 70% of the rape production in Poland and close to 20% of production of maize is going to bioethanol. So this is the big issue for the farmers, and they have to be aware about this. This support bioeconomy and the transformation. This is one thing. The second thing, what we are doing, it's always related to project because our institute is based on the projects. So we have many projects related now evaluating the risk, climate risk, for farmers and for the businesses, because if you talk about the chemistry, the risk on predictability of this business is higher than the productivity in the farming. So to talk about the risk is the one level of cooperation, and the other is the circular water use. Because of climate, we need more water. Our plants need more water. We have a risk of drought. And we describe this instability of the value chain, and we are starting to generate the table and again qualified our project for example, in operation groups, innovation operation group in agriculture, how they treat water. So, and we will try to move from the tool-oriented project to, for example, water-oriented project. So saving water, reuse of water, not only biomass, but when we think about the, I see reuse of bread, and I see. So also we need to concentrate on water in case of bioeconomy, and we need to concentrate on biomass. So in this level, we try to support by our project, by our knowledge, the ministry and companies.
Thank you very much, Andrzej. So how do you see your role in the bioeconomy transformation, and what you need really to scale up and develop faster?
Yes. So first of all, as business, we can propose a lot of different products which support bioeconomy. So as I mentioned before, from food waste we generate electricity, heat and fertilizer, but also we collecting bread, which is no longer eatable. So we producing technical alcohol, which is used later in the fuels. So every liter of gasoline emit less CO2 because of this component coming from the bread. As well, we also collecting UCO, used cooking oil, and we are using into producing component for biodiesel. And also, because we belong to Saria Group, and on the European level, we have an agreement with Total Energies to producing SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, for which decrease emission of the CO2 of aviation. So first of all, we can propose different products to support bioeconomy. Second, and I think this is also important in this dialogue between administration, business and society, is that we can be an example. Because, of course, I think everybody knows that in Poland, the huge potential is in food waste, food wasting, but in this bio-waste coming from households. But it's so hard to implement, for example, the first step, which is proper segregation of food waste in households. So, for example, we believe that business can be a very good example and use this example for the education of the whole society, because, for example, because we can trace every beans that we collect. We use special bins for collecting this waste from restaurants, for example. So we have full traceability. We know exactly which beans come from which place, and we can using this example of cooperation as an educational part for the whole society. So we are very open for also for giving our solutions and to show our solution to the administration and to build this bioeconomy together. So I think that what we need is to have some space for understanding our needs, and I can tell you that it's a lot of collaboration on the local level, because, for example, you need to collaborate between logistics, restaurants, producer of biopulp, AD plants, agriculture, and so on. So this local network is already existing, and we want to boost, we want to develop. So what we need is to have some good view also and support from the, let's say, this regulation perspective.
It always makes me think, because there is a lot of innovation and a lot of products which can be sourced from biomass, but they still a niche. Yes, the big corporates not really implemented on a big scale. Yes, like I read somewhere that only 5 species of plant can like be sufficient to textile producer for whole world. Let's say. It could be hemp, it could be like the banana tree, it could be rice, and it's all leftovers, yeah? But we still are reliable on cotton. Although we have a lot of different solutions like mycelium, I don't know, different biomass leftovers which we can use in textile sector, but it's not happening yet. Maybe because of new regulation also in force, so it will change. So maybe the last like 1 or 2 questions to all of you. If we're looking ahead to 2030, what for you the most important innovation shift could make Europe's bioeconomy truly sustainable and competitive on a global scale? And can we compete on a global scale as Europe? Richard, maybe I start from you. It's not an easy question, I know.
It was what, innovation, or what in terms of policy, or what was the question?
More
exactly?
Innovation, I think. No, it could be also terms policy or innovation. What do you think? What could be the most important one?
I would say, as a specialist on the chemical sector, the new biochemistry, because there's still a lot of progress to be made there. The TRLs of the factories right now are still in developing stages and not yet commercial. But I really think that biochemistry has a lot of additional benefits over just replacing the fossil carbon in the products. In terms of biodegradability, for example. So if we really are successful in scaling up those biochemistry, I think that solves a lot of different problems as well we currently have with the current fossil chemical industry. And like I said, it's also a huge business opportunity for strategic autonomy, but also for farmers, for example, like you mentioned, the residual waste streams, to really get value from those streams. So I think there's a lot of potential there. It just needs a big push in innovation still.
Thank you very much, Panie Senatorze.
I think that at the European level, we need indicators.
Yeah.
To force us to do something, yes. Because I do not believe that because of the discussions, panels, and so on, we'll make 2-3 steps forward as we should.
Jerzy?
So the question about globalization, I don't know if it's a good way to talk about bioeconomy. So I think that we need to do more about local level bioeconomy issue and circular use of biomass. And,
but it can make us more resilient, yeah, actually.
This make us more resilient. And this is the question, how to use biomass efficiently. And talking more, especially from the Polish grant, about circularity in the local level. Because we use the products from the global market, and we don't think so much about the local market. So we need to develop this kind of markets that are available and could be sustainable also.
Yeah, I think it's the Nordic country. When you go to the grocery, you can see which products comes from which country, and I think they're very nationalistic. So at the first place, I think you choose your own product. In Poland, I think it's not happening. Even sometimes we prefer some other, like, exotic one instead of like Polish local. So what is your opinion about like the most important innovation? Or
I would say I would like to build on what Mr. Senator said about these indicators. I would add something about indicators. I mean, I would say that we need a stable long-term policy indicators so that we know what is our goal in 10 or 20 years, and we are not shifting between different goals, but we have one goals which are stable, and for food industry and the whole industry, I would say the whole sector, it's very important so that the stable legislative direction would be set, and we all know where are we going, and we are all acting toward the goal which is known, because from our perspective, in this time we have a situation, for example, with deforestation law, we have CSDDD, and food industry doesn't know what will be the goals, because, for example, about deforestation law, it should apply from this December this year, and now European Commission proposes some changes, and we actually don't know if it will enter into the force or not in this shape which was published or no. So from our perspective, it is really crucial to know what is the legislative, what are the goals, and we should stick to goals and act toward it.
I can only agree with you, Marta, and Mr. Senator, and other two speakers, because I think what we need on the European level is some guidance. It's not always that we need to have some additional or new regulation, because we have a lot of regulations, and sometimes all we need is to translate them. And on the one hand, and on the second hand, we can use already very good function on different markets. We have this example of that. For example, we have very good practices on German market, on Danish market, or for example on French market as well. So I think that we can take these good examples from particular countries and translate as a guidance, not necessarily as a new regulations, to all European countries. It is more understandable. So it's a one thing. And second, I think maybe we can also boost our own potential, because, for example, in this SAF production, this production for aviation, we used cooking oil, but Europe import a lot of UCO from China. But we are not collecting our UCO from European households, or we are not collecting UCO from the whole HoReCa market. So maybe it's also some solution that we can not only choose products from our own country, which is great, but also to boost our own energy and resources. And maybe this is one of the possible answers.
I think this shorten this value chain. It's very important at the moment, especially with this global political situation. Yes, to make us reliable on ourselves. So maybe someone from the audience would like to ask something or comment. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Lidia Sas from the National Institute of Horticultural Research in Poland. I would like to emphasize the necessity of the application within bioeconomy technologies, just beneficial microorganisms and microbial consortia, which are very suitable for converting biodegradation of various types of organic waste bioproducts into valuable soil improvers, compost, and biofertilizers enriched microbiologically, which makes such type of organic products obtained from biowaste organic residual products very efficient in enhancement, both vegetative growth, yield quality parameters improving, biophysicochemical soil quality parameters improving, especially microbiome of soil, microbiome of cultivated crops, which is very important, towards increasing the size and biodiversity of beneficial microorganisms in the microbiome of soil and in the rhizosphere of cultivated crops, and reducing the numbers and size of population of pathogenic microorganisms. So I would like to emphasize the necessity of the application of microbial consortia for composting process, which is the technology very efficient, economically feasible, applicable, because in Poland we have a lot of fertilizing companies and companies producing microbial consortia, and we as the Institute, the Department of Microbiology and Rhizosphere, are developing such type of microbial consortia for composting process, converting bio-waste products into valuable compost, soil improvers and biofertilizers. We are doing this job within national, Polish project, European project, which are applied in whole Europe. So we have to emphasize the role, the necessity of beneficial microorganisms, making the process of composting of bio-waste products much shorter and much efficient. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to?
Considering that we're talking about a bioeconomy, mainly we should focus on economy itself. Do you perceive that the actual profits that can come from entering a bioeconomy is an important aspect? And how would you see businesses making profit, basically, and encouraging work for people, for our countrymen, for the Poles, basically, why, if I may rephrase the question, sorry, why would Poles want to enter into a bioeconomy if there is no commercialization, there is no economic viability for this? So do you see, as your group, a way to make it profitable to exist in a bioeconomy?
Maybe I can start. No, absolutely. It is all about economy, as we said, yes? Bioeconomy, and it must be profitable. And that's why we want to build a system that it's must bring profits. And also it's a just transition. So it's also creating jobs and, just rising GDP. But, who would like to add?
I can answer. I'm focused on the energy in my topics when I work in Senate. So green energy is cheaper energy and it's better energy, and the business look for green energy, and we have a problem with it in Poland. So when you will check a data about how we produce energy at the moment, it will be fossil fuels. During summer, maybe you will find there winter and the sun, a small amount of the water energy, but you will not find the data about the biogas plants. So we have a lot to do with the topic. And the second one, it's connected with the rural areas. I think because it's really good solution for our farmers to produce biogas. But when you try to talk with them, sometimes they believe in some kind of fake news. Even when I try to discuss about how to use a straw, they said no fertilizer, no more. They are not interested to do anything more with the straw. It's one of the examples, but we have a lot to do with the knowledge in this area. But there is a lot of profits. The problem is that nobody knows about it.
But maybe I ask the Dutch representative, because Holland really know how to make business, yes? So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I do think there's still a big obstacle to overcome. As I said, the more sustainable products are often still the more expensive products. So not talking about energy now, but for example, in energy, we have the mandates from the European Commission on blending in the biofuels. When we talk about the material application, we also really believe that we need mandates for recycled content or bio-based content in order to really push the volume at production level and get this value chain going. Because we are competing against a system of fossil which has been optimized for decades, and we really need some volume to enable us to gain economies of scale, and hopefully that will decrease the price of the biomass materials in the future. But first, we will need to be competing against a highly optimized system, and for that, we really think as the Netherlands that we need mandates at the European level.
Yeah, but you're repeating that the more sustainable products are more expensive. But why? Because, these unsustainable don't pay the real cost of their product. We paying as society, yes, the environmental issues, the health issues, they're not paying. They're not including that in the price of the product. We paying, as I said, the local authorities, everyone, we're staying with the problem at the end of the day. So this extended producer responsibility, maybe it's a way to also solve a problem and to make this sustainable product more competitive. Andre, you want to add something here?
Yes, I can add that you can earn on circular economy business model. And also, I can tell you that, for example, in our business, logistics plays a crucial role. So we are operating national-wide, and we have a lot of collection center. And for example, comparing Poland to Germany, we have still, I think Mr. Senator told this, we have so little biogas plants than Germany. And why I'm telling about it, because if we start to develop our center locally, we also start to develop local businesses there. It means we need to hire drivers, production colleagues. We have fertilizers for local agriculture. It means they need to pay less for artificial fertilizers, and so on and so on. So it means, I think this is also one of the angles how bioeconomy could be profitable, that but it needs to be scalable, of course, but this developing of local centers of economy, it's worth to do it.
And I think it's also public procurement. We have, as you said, there's a lot of school public institutions which can support it, and also indicators, because that makes the public procurement easier. So I think, please.
I think the best way how to talk about bioeconomy to farmers is to reduce costs and to use the potential that they are not using now. For example, based on these bioproducts. The other thing is this new business models based on the carbon counting, carbon farming, different schemes. So we also can talk to farmers about this kind of income that they can have. And the other thing is resilience. When we invest to soil based on the nature-based solution, so they invest to stability of the production. So in this language, we also try to talk to farmers. And this could be also the language of the bioeconomist, because for me, circular is ecological. So circular is ecological. And we have to start what I said at the beginning, from the local level, so be circular in the farm. Be circular with cooperation with the first point when you spend your products with biomass. Be circular. Take some biomass back to the soil. So be circular in the income that they have, also from the scheme of the counting, the value of water, the value of carbon. So this is the way how we can talk to farmers and to show the advantages of becoming a good, sustainable bioeconomist.
Thank you very much. I don't know if any of you would like to add some final words, some final wrap-up. If not, so thank you very much. And I think we can have the well-deserved coffee break. And I think we can see. Thank you.
Dziękuję.
So first of all, I would like to introduce you Katrin Barth. As I have a little bit issue with throat, my circular sister from Norway will take over the master of ceremony role, and she will introduce the second part of the event. It's our precious partner from Norway, and we already developed a few projects, and she always keep our back, and likewise. Katrin?
Not so many people know where I go annually to gather insight, inspiration and knowledge. I am a very big fan of being here at Poland Circular Week every year. Every day, and I go back to Oslo, say this is a powerhouse where the circular economy transition is happening in Europe. It's a huge market, it's a huge population, not even the entire Nordic population reaches the Poland market. So thank you so much for being Circular Sister. Step in. The first session today, we heard so much about what's going on the research and innovation. We heard about roadmaps. We heard great inspirations from huge markets in Europe, both Netherlands and France. It's very inspiring to be in the embassy of France to listen to two different and variety of approaches to circular economy. We see the Dutch and the French have some distinct different features, and when we put this together, it's really inspiring to see how we can move along forward. After lunch, after we heard this great panel, where I really got some new ideas as well, so we have lots of topics to follow up this week. We are approaching this afternoon. It was a lot of buzzing out in the hall, and now we just shall continue to listen in what is going on and how can we not only vision a future, but how are we going to get there? The first session now, I want to welcome for the session of how we actually are going to conduct the biodiversity reporting, and it has already been started. So getting the insights from the first year of CSRD and ESRS E4 of Polish companies. I remember 3 years ago, we were at the Canadian embassy. We were prospecting how this is going to happen, and now we're actually going to talk about how it has been. So welcome, Tamara Binczak. You're a principal expert on ESG innovation from the ING Bank of Śląski. The word is yours.
Thank you very much. I will probably use this microphone because I like to walk while I'm presenting. Thank you for having me. I'm really happy that I'm here, and I will be happy to provide some insights into how private sector actually deals with biodiversity. This presentation starts with a slide that I'm using quite often, and I think that this one will answer some of the questions that already appeared during this conference. So first of all, I would like to talk about the upper part, so about ecosystem services that were not mentioned too often until now. And this is a crucial part of biodiversity dialogue. Why? Because all businesses, almost all businesses, and we as people depend on nature and ecosystem services that nature provides. And this impact, not impact, in this case dependency, has a certain monetary value. As you can see here, annual valuation of ecosystem services is around 200 billion euro, and this is annual value for Europe. So this is a huge number. The same applies to the costs of degrading biodiversity, in this case, of land degradation. One of the ladies talked today about soil quality. Soil quality is really closely related to biodiversity in soil, and $6 trillion, this is annual cost of land degradation alone. So this is also a huge number. Again, we can see also economic value of the world's wetlands, that at least in Europe are not in the best conditions. In Europe, for example, in Poland, we drained 90% of our wetlands. With the number is close to the numbers achieved by Germany and the Netherlands. And this is a huge problem because wetlands as ecosystems provide very important regulatory services, also related to water quality, to purification, also to preventing floods. So this is an important part. And again, down there, you can see some percentages. Those percentages are also important, especially from the risk perspective. First number in the yellow field says that more than 50% of the world's GDP of the world businesses are dependent on at least medium or high extent or on at least one economic service. 75%, I'm from banks, so this is important one, corporate lending goes to companies that depend on at least one ecosystem service, so to high extent, so this is very important. And 50% is EU's, Eurozone's GDP at risk due to surface water scarcity alone. So those are important risk factors. So as you can see, biodiversity is a huge part of risk factor that should be taken into account, and also a cornerstone, let's say, of both economy and social aspects. And this is why those numbers are the, I would say, introduction to why companies are forced by CSRD directive to report on biodiversity and also other E's. Other E's, namely E2, this is pollution, E3, this is water, E5, this is circularity, E4 is of course biodiversity. E1, anyone? E1 is of course climate, so this is the one that is usually considered. And how do you understand that? So basically you can have two different states for a company. In one case, we have something called high impact materiality, sorry. In this case, let's imagine a huge company that uses a lot of resources and has a big impact in terms of IPBS pressure factors. IPBS pressure factors, IPBS, you know IPBS, or shall I explain? Intergovernmental Science and Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Economic Services. They publish a report in which they explain basically why biodiversity is decreasing. And those factors are land and sea use change, direct exploitation of species, then there's climate change. For Europe, this is actually the last important factor, but for the world in general, this is the third one. Then we also have pollution, and finally, propagation of invasive alien species. So those factors make this first company very bad in terms of biodiversity. But we can also imagine a second state. So a company that is, let's say, agriculture company that relies heavily on bioeconomy because it's, for example, bio-friendly, eco-friendly farming company. And this is why it's called double materiality. So, as you can imagine, those are some kind of, I would say, extreme states. Majority of businesses are somewhere between those extremes. So, they, on one hand, they depend on nature. On the other hand, they impact nature. So, basically, this is how double materiality assessment, first step of CSRD reporting, works for biodiversity. We look at those who have high impact, and on those who have maybe low impact but probably high materiality. And those companies present their statements. As you can see, those are the only companies last year, this year, that reported for 2024. And this is not a big club. As you can see, there are 10 large corporates, the largest names in Poland, and 2 banks, including ING, so my employer, and mBank. And as you can see, this disclosure matrix is a little bit checkered. It's not like everyone reported everything. For some of the companies, DMA results turned out to be a little bit of a surprise. So they were clearly not expecting biodiversity to turn out material, but it did. And this is why some of the disclosures for some of the companies are lacking. But this is I think this is good, because this brings biodiversity into focus. So even if someone reported almost nothing, then seeing biodiversity as material, they will have to improve and build upon what they already have year on year. So this is quite a crucial insight. One important difference between biodiversity and climate is that we have one atmosphere, like all of us, and biodiversity impacts are usually local. And this is why companies are forced by CSRD to report what is the location of their key operations in the context of protected areas. But, the distances varied in the reporting. So some companies were, inclined to report locations in 50-kilometer radius, while others focused only on, let's say, 500 meters. Of course, this is not, I'm not saying this to point out that someone did it wrong. It's about how different is the interpretation of some of the disclosures. And yes, and in this case, probably this was done in a, I would say, proper way, because those companies are from different industries, and they may have much different impacts on biodiversity. Okay, next part of disclosures is ESRS E42. This is policies. So basically, do you have policies related to biodiversity in place? We had 3 different states. First one was that there were no relevant policies. So again, surprised by DMA result. Then there was biodiversity in place, and I think the most common version was that biodiversity was somehow included, but in multiple documents. This is, for example, case for banks, because we have biodiversity, for example, in different risk-related policies. So this is the case probably for that. Then we have actions. Actions were heavily dependent on the industry of the company. Basically, they all adhered to the impact reduction hierarchy that was presented by SBTN and TNFD. So this is good. All companies understood the biodiversity impact, biodiversity-related actions as limiting the actual impact on biodiversity, which is actually very good. There are 3 different versions of this impact. So in the first case, we have companies like Orlen, Polenergia, Budimex, KGHM, who impact biodiversity directly. So they basically described how they limit impact of their own operations on biodiversity. Then we have companies like LPP, CCC, Żabka, who limit impact in their value chain. So basically this is about a relationship with their suppliers, how they source materials. We talked today about sourcing, right? So this is important, how materials are sourced. And then we have banks, and in the case of banks, of course, biodiversity impact is hidden within the portfolio. So, like scope 3. Then we had targets. Majority of companies presented targets that are qualitative targets, so not quantitative, qualitative. Budimex, for example, presented a road to getting to quantitative targets. So again, different interpretation. As for the metrics, companies, of course, metrics differed based on, the industry. I think that the best approach was presented by Orlen and Polenergia, because Polenergia relies heavily on scientific expertise in their approach, and Orlen, on the other hand, as you can see, focus on land use. Land use, as you remember, this is the most important IPBES pressure factor. So this is also a very okay approach. Budimex reported their contracts that could impact sites, the precious protected sites. But as you can see, those approaches were different, but somewhat also similar. And this slide is related closely to bioeconomy because the clothing companies reported metrics or targets, this is the funny part here, that are related to how they source their fabrics. And those metrics are both very proper, but as you can see, one company reported the same, actually maybe not the same, but very similar disclosure under targets, and the second one under metrics. So again, the interpretation differs significantly. Let's go again. Financial effects. This is final disclosure, and it was non-obligatory this year. So no one basically did it. So it's like 404. What I also analyzed was whether the companies were using any external tools, any external tool sets that are possible here. So TNFD, LEAP, NCORE, IBAT, WWF's Biodiversity Risk Filter, GBS, CBF, UNEP-FI. So there are different tools for that. Most of them are qualitative or support DMA analysis. And finally, what are the insights? First of all, this is the very good, I think, optimistic insight. Companies that didn't pay attention to biodiversity, some of them have been forced to pay attention for the first time. So this is definitely the good one. But there's also the bad side of the situation. This is a very complex topic. And as you can see, largest companies didn't have the same interpretation of the disclosure. So this is much newer than climate, for example. European Central Bank says that with biodiversity we are like we were with climate 5 or 10 years ago. So this is there is a big difference in development of the methodologies, especially qualitative methodologies. And about qualitative, this topic is super difficult to measure. Basically, it's difficult to compare two different ecosystems. So this is the first problem with measurement. We don't have PCAF, we don't have GHG protocol, we don't have a common denominator, which is basically equivalent of CO2 kilograms for climate. Here, we don't have something like that. We don't have a common measure. But what we can rely on when we attempt to measure biodiversity are IPBES pressure factors. So 4 of them, only propagation of invasive alien species, is very hard to measure, but 4 others, so land and sea use change, pollution, water use you can also account for, and direct exploitation of species is something that probably companies have data on. So this is something you can measure. Again, location matters, and there is no common consensus on what close or far away from protected site really means. Then tools help, although they are not perfect and not all of them help with qualitative aspects. Reports that consisted a lot of tools, heavy usage of tools, were usually longer and more detailed than those that had no LEAP or no TNFD mentioned. And finally, financial impacts are still super hard to measure, both for companies probably and for banks. We as banks, we don't have stress tests and scenario analysis for biodiversity, and this is not state of nature for ING Bank, this is state of nature for the market. Basically, European Central Bank is starting to develop stress tests for nature, but they starting not with biodiversity but with water, due to the high water pressure in the EU. And again, I would like to leave you with 2 questions, because I think that this discourse around CSRD will continue. First question is, will we experience reporting convergence? What I mean is that auditors will likely have more access to the different reports in time, and they may I wouldn't say forced, but explain to their clients that there are better ways. So maybe the auditors will work on some best practices. So this may happen or may not, we will see. And second questions are all the other E's, of course, including biodiversity, a new scope 3. Because as you probably remember, as for the climate, for a very long time, companies reported only scope 1 and scope 2, and only recently started to report scope 3. And now, only a few companies, even the largest ones, report other E's. So, let's see what happens. Thank you for your attention. This is the end of the presentation. I will leave you with questions, not a lot of answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tamara, giving us this brief, and thank you for sharing. This is not a walk in the park, though nature really awaits us reaching the solutions that are reliable. So, showing these tests and first attempts, very valuable. Now I want to invite Gus Terha to the stage. From looking down into the accounting system and reporting system, we will really listen out a great panel discussion where we will hear the experts from the global NGOs and also our local experts. So talking about the holistic vision for the EU, circular bioeconomy. Can't wait to listen your voices and your opinions. Panel is yours.
Perfect, thank you so much. Lovely to meet you all. So my name is Gus de Haar. You can call me Gus, that's usually easier in an international setting. We have an amazing panel here today, as you can see, talking about a holistic vision for the EU circular economy, circular bioeconomy. Before I go into introducing my lovely panelists, I would like to give you a little bit of a context of what we're trying to talk about here today. And I know you've heard a lot already. If this will work, it will not. Can we bring up my slides, please? Not working yet? Well, whilst they get that in place, let me get started. So, we all know that the bioeconomy is at the heart of the sustainable transition towards a sustainable and just society, right? We should not just consider bioeconomy in service of the economy, but it's in service of our society. And we've seen this because the bioeconomy is mentioned, as you've heard this morning, in a lot of different policy documents. It's mentioned in the competitiveness compass, it's mentioned in the clean industry deal, and so in a lot of places the bioeconomy comes up as a way to describe how Europe can be competitive and resilient by using biological materials and inputs. And so we have been looking into this topic. There we go. These are my beautiful slides. We've been looking into this topic for the past 15 years. You might know the organization Circle Economy because we publish the Circularity Gap Report every year, which is the main metric for circularity, which focuses primarily on material use. So this is not about environmental impact, but it's material use. And if we look at material use, then what we can see is that from the 70s up to now, our material use has tripled, which, you know, is a shocking fact in itself. If we take out the outsize effect of sand and gravel that is used for construction, then the bioeconomy still represents roughly 1/3 of all material use in the world. And for the EU, this is no different. So we use a lot of biological materials. A lot of this is within the food system, but of course you can imagine we use a lot of fibers, we use a lot of building materials, a lot of this goes into the chemical sector. And so this represents a massive opportunity for Europe to capture and to use materials to replace petrochemical or otherwise unsustainable or unrenewable materials in our society, making sure that we live within planetary boundaries. However, although we see all of these opportunities, what we are also seeing is that the world is currently only 6.9% circular. And it's going down every year. Hopefully, in the coming year, we will see a stabilization of this number and maybe even it increases. And there's a few reasons for this. So on the one hand, as I mentioned, Material use has tripled. So even though we do our best on circularity, as long as we do not bring down our use of materials and focus on sufficiency and not just on efficiency, then we will never really become more circular. The other thing that we're seeing is that the circular business models that are being developed, the entrepreneurs that are being innovative in this space, they are not necessarily being supported by the market. And that is because the market still rewards linear business models. So these are innovative circular business models that are being deployed in a linear economy. And so the environment that they are in, the enabling environment, doesn't necessarily support them in their development. And so in our research in 2025, what we also looked into was looking at these business models and seeing where is investment actually going, because the investment into business models is a good way of seeing what is the market rewarding and what is it not. If you look at the financial flows that go into the bioeconomy, and then I'm taking the example of food and agriculture because that is the dominant part of the bioeconomy, then you see the majority of financing goes into debt from banks. It is invested into very traditional business models, so conventional agriculture. It is very much focused on high capital expense because it has then a high it has a lot more security, a lot less risk, and very little is actually invested in the beginning of the supply chain. So a lot of investment goes into either conventional agriculture or it goes into management of waste. That is where a lot of innovation is taking place. But very little investment is actually going into the innovation that we need in terms of redesigning how we produce materials and how we use them. So that's a very underappreciated part of the supply chain. And so this is, I think, what we would like to address here today. The bioeconomy has a way to provide us with regenerative inputs for our societies, but the enabling environment is not necessarily rewarding them for their added value. It was mentioned before by Agnieszka, the externalities that are actually being produced by most linear business models are being absorbed by society, and businesses are not necessarily being rewarded or punished for their role in that. So together with our lovely panelists today, I would like to dig into the enabling environment and what is needed for the enabling environment to actually start producing more and more of these circular bioeconomy business models. Because we need that innovation. And that innovation is not just on a technical level, because that's what we tend to focus on when we think about innovation, but it is really also about innovation on the financial level. How can banks and investors play a different role in accelerating this transition? But also on policy level, what is the role of governments in basically producing the policies and the guidelines for markets to start rewarding and incentivizing bioeconomy business models in a proper way? So without further ado, I would like to ask to the stage, please, Marianne Kettunen, who is my partner in crime for organizing this panel. So please give her a round of applause. Marianne is a biodiversity lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We have Marjalisa Maurice, who is the director of EIT Food, North and East. Please join us on stage. And we have Magdalena Kowalewska, who is the Director of Food and Agri-Sector Analysis Bureau at BNP Paribas Poland. So, lovely to meet you. Now, if we get lucky, okay, we're still in contact with Mirabela Lupoescu, who is the policy officer at the European Commission for the DG Environment, and then specifically Bioeconomy and Sustainable Materials Unit. However, I believe that she is in a very important discussion with her team about biodiversity, so I think we should let her get to it. If she dials in, hopefully we see her on the screen, and otherwise we will definitely make do. So let me also take my place here then with our panelists. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Please all take a microphone. And what I would like to maybe start with, Marianne, you and I have been talking about this topic quite a bit. And I know that the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been investing quite a bit in research into policy and policy coherence around the bioeconomy. So really the policy enabling environment for bioeconomy. So can you maybe tell us a bit about, well, first of all, what is coming out of that research, and then specifically how much of a focus there is on enabling that upstream circularity within bioeconomy?
Fantastic. Thank you, Rus. And hello, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. So thank you, organizers, and thank you, French Embassy, for hosting us today. So indeed, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we are looking also at the circularity in the bio-based resources at the moment, more than we perhaps have done before in the past. And my colleagues are finalizing a study where they are looking at the policy environment. So they're looking at a snapshot of national strategies, circular economy strategies, and bioeconomy strategies, and or strategies for the use of bio-based material, which then can be about forestry or agriculture strategies, because that is the policy enabling or sometimes unenabling environment within which the biomaterial use is been happening at the moment in the countries. And we've been hearing, obviously we've been seeing a snapshot of that this morning when we heard about the French and also the Dutch bioeconomy strategies and their links to the circular economy strategies and circular economy legislation. So that is what we're doing at the moment. And the study will be published in a couple of months' time. But as a preview of that here, sharing with you, is that there is not enough policy coherence between these strategies at the moment. I think that is also what we heard in the morning panels. So what I can say here is that, yes, our insights confirm that. And of course, what that means is that we get different messaging. We have these silos that we need to break. And we are also getting a very still linear use of our bio-based materials. So the world for the bio-based material use is still quite linear. That's the reality. The good news is that we are trying to break that now because we are talking about this. We are trying to actually merge these silos. That's also what this morning was about. But it's a systems approach isn't easy. And then, Rus, about your question, how upstream the current strategies are, not that much. The most upstream element everywhere is the focus on sustainable regenerative use, yes. But then the rest of it is a lot about how we reuse, upcycle, recycle bio-waste. And there's a lot in between that can and should happen, which in the space of drawing by design, creating those instruments that really use the design of products to mainstream circularity. So, for example, the requirements for secondary biomaterial use were mentioned as a key thing. I reckon that's true. And then rental, reuse, repair, remanufacturing, bringing those also into the mix. And I think that's something we haven't really talked a lot about here today. We've talked about other kinds of innovations, but perhaps not those kinds of business models. So, in short, not very upstream at the moment, but I think we are innovating to that direction. So let's continue on that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yes, and I mean, this mirrors very much, I think, the conversations we've had and the research that we also see that there is a much bigger demand for this upstream focus within bioeconomy. So maybe, Marja-Liisa, if I can go to you. You, as an organization, of course, focus very much on creating this enabling environment for these bioeconomy business models. So from kind of the innovation lens, what do you think are the three big barriers to scale up circularity in the bioeconomy, or in your case, in agri-food, and then especially from that upscale, that upstream perspective?
Well, goes quite a question, I have to say. Yet, obviously, the innovation part there is the promise. It is like something that we can see that, well, there are ways. There are ways of going forward. I do see though, I'm not the only one. I think they were mentioned many times. So key barriers, and barriers actually are there to be lifted. Okay, so they are not like built forever. They are there to be lifted, and I think that's something that we need to keep in mind. And one of them is obviously fragmented systems. Now, I'm sometimes challenged a little bit this, let's say, negative connotation on fragmented. Fragmented sometimes can be good, but in this case, of course, the data, for example, is very siloed. And if we want to build something, we also need data. We need kind of like common approach. And then I think second thing in this fragmented system is the weak cross-chain collaboration. And, whether it is in the policy-making level, whether it is in the national levels in the countries and regions, whether it is between in the ecosystem, how we are building these things together. Of course, we cannot invent these things overnight, so it takes time. But this is really crucial that we manage to focus on this, also in an EU level, because if you think about how the strategies normally evolve and actually get a real focus, is on the fact that also in the member states there's enough of a desire and will to actually work together. So, for example, when it comes ever to agri-food, it's about having economy, having health ministries, having also economics, as I said, and agriculture to work together and finding those ways. And that will then have a great impact on how to go forward. Then maybe other key barrier is high risk and low incentives. So, if we want to build those business models as well that were mentioned a little bit earlier today, it means that, we need to invent them, and we need to see that where there is something. For example, if you talk about farmers are entrepreneurs. They go where there's opportunities. And so it's not that they are against or it is just that if there's nothing there, if we always look at the incentive side and say that business as usual, and then actually we see how it goes. No, it's not going to fly. We need to be innovative also in a way that how the whole value chain is actually providing value and where we can provide value for them. And I think this is key. This we see also through our work in protein diversification think tank that we are running at EAT Food. And it's very clear that if we don't, look at this one from a different perspective, it's not going to really happen. And I think that, somehow regulatory lock-in, I already mentioned a little bit, but regulatory, I think there was a regulation is needed, but deregulation is also needed. But all these things go hand in hand. It's not like just let's deregulate or let's put more regulation. There are areas where certainly it's needed, but it's a driver regulation. It's not like something that is like forbidding. I would really like to focus more, and that is then allowing the innovation as well to happen. So those were my input in this part.
Excellent, thank you. And could you maybe expand a bit on where you see the regulation, the deregulation? So how would that need to change? So where should the incentives actually be from a policy environment?
Well, now you are asking a really tough question. Of course, look, I am not a policymaker. I have a lot of respect for folks who are trying to, make a ways forward. But we do see that somebody actually mentioned to me once that regulation comes always after. It's like any laws. They come after. When there's a certain number of things that are somehow building up, then the regulation is there. But in some occasions, it comes too late, or it is focusing on the area, maybe needs to be regulated. But so I think that once again, this collaboration element should be stronger. I can give you another example of the work that we are doing at EAT Food, because we have indeed a lot of respect for everybody who is in this ecosystem and stakeholder group. So what is important is to open a dialogue. Because it's not like having wrong or right, it's about open dialogue. And we managed to in this agri-food area, which is sometimes really complicated because food is very hard, close to heart of everybody. It's cultural, it's at the same time great economy. So very complicated thing to talk about, I can assure you. And therefore, we needed to really open those, dialogues that actually we can talk about difficult topics, and we can have it in the DG level, DG Agri, DG Grow, DG, what there is, RTD, and we managed to do it. How did we manage to do it? We actually don't go there. We're not a lobbying organization by no means. We go there with the network, part of a network that are folks from universities, from entrepreneurs, and startups, and also research centers. And so we go there with the, let's say, instruments that are providing information, but from the systemic approach. So not only one part. We know that if we are moving one part of a system, it's going to have an impact somewhere else. And this is what we try to talk about, having this kind of like really also systemic approach in conversations, in dialogue. And that is then helping, because we have been able to indeed be called back and having conversations and refining and defining a little bit the elements that are important. One of those conversations that we are currently having is Biotech Act, for example, on food related. So that is an important part of it. So I hope this helps. I'm not sure if it is.
I think it does,
okay.
yes. And I very much appreciate also the systemic view, because I think also by what Marianne mentioned, you know, the bioeconomy is not a standalone siloed thing. And also from a policy perspective, it interacts on so many different levels and with so many different topics that are relevant to it. It's water, it's food, it's biodiversity, it's climate. So there's, I think, in many, and even energy. So it's really multidisciplinary.
And maybe just to add, and then I will stop, but one important thing is as well what we have seen in Nordic countries. I mean, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen elsewhere. France as well has been really active in this area, is to build actually indeed like these common strategies. And once this is happening, it does actually really open the doors for going further. But if everyone is like in their own corner, you know, we cannot build this one. Maybe one very good example on this one is in Finland. They made this it calls train or head of a train or engine of a train 2.0, where they started to look at this bioeconomy from really on a systemic approach and see that, you know, who are the players that are missing in these conversations and exchange, whether it is on research based, and they have now 250, I think. Even more, probably 250 today, partners in this project. It is funded by Business Finland, so there is public funding behind there. And that is how they actually are able now to shorten those gaps that are in between the different players there. And it does actually really help. So, and it helps also on the policy.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. And then maybe Magdalena, to also go to you, because I think one of the key topics that Marja-Liisa also mentioned is the topic of risk, right? That's an important one within the financial sector, as we're all aware. And so maybe it's also something that I touched upon in my story, the way that risk is perceived in terms of linear versus circular business models. There is a transformation needed, in my opinion, at least. So I'd be curious to hear from you. What do you think needs to change in the enabling environment for the financial sector to really properly start incentivizing the circular bioeconomy? And so what is the role that you, as a bank, can play in that transition?
Thank you for this question and a very insightful speech of Maria. I would, at the beginning, I would add to your view that this regulation and the regulation system, legislation in the European Union is quite complicated for business. From one side, we have no common rules for the bioeconomy. We just mentioned in the previous speeches that there is no bioeconomy strategy for Poland, but on the other hand, we have a very fresh one, a Draghi report and new visions, where the deregulation is one of the targets we have to meet. So I think this is the first challenge in general, let's say. Of course, this is the challenge for businesses. BNP Paribas is the largest bank in Europe. So we really strongly believe in our responsibility to redirect the financing towards more low carbon, environmental friendly, but also circular businesses, because we find them more resilient, because we see the climate change as one of the risk factor. And from various years, the ESG assessment is just a normal part of the business process, of the credit process in banks, in our bank and in general in banking system. But previously, this ESG assessment was prepared mostly with focus on risk, yes, how to avoid risk while financing this or that project. But now we also look at the solutions, at the possibilities to also find the solution to reduce our impact on the yes, we have another panelist, yes, actually. To reduce our footprint of financing, because the footprint of banks is mostly in scope 3, so our footprint is mostly the footprint of our clients. So we really see this very important, and we have already some services and products that are linked to, in general, sustainability. They are called sustainability-linked loans. So those are tailor-made products prepared together with our clients, where we think about setting special targets and indicators for those targets, ESG targets of the company, and we link our loan margin with achieving or not these targets, and the mechanism is quite easy. If you met those targets, you have lower margins. So this is a significant and important solution for the companies, and more and more companies in Poland, we see that they use it. In Poland, BNP Paribas Poland has 1/3 of the food and agri financing market. So we really see the changes and on this market, and of course farmers have a lot of difficulties with reporting, with understanding the need of biodiversity and reporting of greenhouse gas emissions, but they see the improvement of the soil quality by regenerative agriculture, so we also support this kind of project, but also they see the improvement of the margins, and I think we should always think about this 3 pillars, let's say, of something that is sustainable, that it should be sustainable from the perspective of environment, but also, of course, society and economy in general.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. And I will come back to you in a second, but we now, of course, have another guest that's joining us. So perhaps we can bring her up on the stage. So Mirabella, thank you very much for joining us here. I've already introduced you to the audience, but it's wonderful to have you here, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Maybe a lot has been said already about the upcoming bioeconomy strategy, and I think maybe also there it's relevant to understand maybe from your side. We've talked a little bit about policy coherence regarding bioeconomy, but also the other sectors that it is connected to. And so maybe an important question for you is, how do you feel the upcoming EU bioeconomy strategy linking with circular economy? And so really, what is the role or the vision for upstream focused approaches, especially, if you can comment on that?
Thanks a lot, and sorry for being late. Indeed, it is a very busy period as we are working on the strategy as we speak. So what I wanted to say is that indeed circular economy has been included in EU policy making for quite some years now, and I think you all know that circularity is a key component of the Circular Economy Action Plan, which was adopted 5 years ago, and a blueprint for the European Green Deal. But it has never been linked to the bioeconomy agenda so far. So you know as well that the current college committed to adopt a new strategy by the end of this year. We have also gathered a lot of views because we have conducted a public consultation since the 31st of March until June. And I have to say that we have all been impressed by the number of contributions to that public consultation. We have received over 400 replies and 300 position papers. And we also conducted 4 targeted stakeholder workshops in the beginning of July, and one of them specifically target the issue of circularity, because indeed there is more and more voices which call for enhanced circularity in the bioeconomy policy making. So just to give you a short insight on the first analysis that we have done on the results of this consultation, is that when asked what should be the main objective of the new EU bioeconomy strategy, we have, I would say, the highest number of respondents which selected increasing circularity across bioeconomy value chains. So indeed, the circularity needs to be and will be part of the strategy. As well, to give you a snapshot of the workshop that we have conducted, what we have heard a lot is that the stakeholders emphasize the need for more clear frameworks as regards circularity and regional collaboration to drive the circularity across the value chain and to be able to valorize biological resources locally. So a central theme that emerged was also the need to optimize biomass uses and shift away from low-value application. And this is where we move, I would say, more upstream in terms of how we picture circularity as a concept. A critical area that I would also like to mention is, of course, the better waste collection and increased biomass efficiency. But what was interesting is to see that the idea of designing the waste out of production system also emerged quite clearly, suggesting that businesses should integrate circularity into their processes to reduce waste generation. And I think indeed what would be interesting, and also in the discussion today, is to hear how that would be emerging, or what are the circular business model or the circular concept that can be easily applied to the bioeconomy. Of course, better managing bio-waste or designing waste out, it's something that is always important, including in the food processing sector. And we have seen in different position papers that we have received proposal to, for instance, develop more systems to produce circular fertilizers or soil improvers, because that could also have a beneficial impact on reducing landfill rates and enhancing soil health. So definitely, I do see that indeed circularity and bioeconomy concept are coming more and more together.
Excellent, thank you so much. And maybe one more question, because I know that you also have to leave again relatively quickly. One of the things that we were talking about is also the barriers to finance. So the way that finance flows into circular business models can sometimes be challenging. It's rewarding of linear business models and not necessarily of circular ones. So to what degree do you see the bioeconomy strategy as addressing also these barriers around the enabling environment, also from a financial perspective?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. What we have seen is indeed that there has been a lot of discussion around barriers in terms of access to finance. But I have to be honest and to say that not necessarily focusing on circular bioeconomy transition. I think the discussion was more at large. But in terms of barriers, I think that what has been mentioned for access to finance at large definitely applies to circular business models as well. And there, the call for evidence and public consultation really strongly recommended EU-level funding for circular biomass projects. Also, many stakeholders call on the importance of simplifying the access to EU funding and predictability to encourage more long-term investment. Let me be a little bit more specific. So, when speaking about reducing administrative complexity, that, of course, goes in line with the Commission priority on simplification. Regulatory coherence has been also stressed, and stakeholders, especially small actors, as mentioned before, really want to see that there is a positive policy signal and a predictable policy framework that they can follow for the next years to come. Another important theme was difficulty to secure funding, and this was more linked to innovation and scaling up, and also competition with linear business models. EU-wide funding to support projects and reduce fragmentation in the funding landscape was something that was requested. I think what I have heard also were very interesting solutions, such as sharing infrastructure, like biohubs or biofoundries, as a potential to reduce the high capital expenditure needs. And then on the policy side, generally a call for more harmonization across EU member states.
That's very clear. Thank you so much. Then maybe also to start wrapping up, I would love to hear from the three of you maybe some quick final reflections on the conversation that we just had in terms of how policy innovation and financial innovation can really accelerate the move to a circular bioeconomy. So maybe starting with you again.
Well, I would strongly stress that the circularity should be a part of the business models. And we see it already in Poland and in Europe. There's a huge possibility of do this because we see in food industry that a lot of meat producers, they have vertical integration as a normal business strategy, and they include more and more steps of this value chain to include different stages. Just a brief example of one of the largest meat producers, Slaughterhouse, actually, in Poland, that started to produce heparin, hyaluronic acid, so they come into completely different segments of the industries and markets, and they really use the raw materials that used to be waste just 2 or 3 years ago. I think that this circularity in business model is a must.
Yeah, definitely. Very inspiring also. Thank you so much. Maria Elisa?
Yeah, well, we cannot do much without financial means, that is for sure. And but indeed, they should be also very much adapted, actually, in different ways. So not one thing fits all. I would also like to say, I mean, money, that it is so important, the financing part, and I'm really happy that, you know, it is also like in the heart of your organization. I would like to say that, you know, circularity in agri-food, it doesn't actually scale through technology alone. And I think that's also a very, very important area to look at, because we tend to look at technology as it's an enabler, but it may not actually only work alone. And it does need certainly aligned initiatives and enabling policy, which we kind of like said already, and then upstream design leadership. I mean, I thought, well, maybe it is also the leadership and design leadership for that purpose that is kind of missing. So, but we are getting there. So we just, I think, need a little bit more focus.
So it's also a societal and a mindset shift that's really needed. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Maybe Marianne, ending with you.
Yes, I think I'm just going to hang into the word design at the end of this. So picking up from Maria-Liisa, from you, because obviously at Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we keep on telling people that we should start with the design, And for example, having been here today, I can pick up a number of design elements in here, but I'm still asking myself, I think we all are, okay, where's the overall design? How does it link together? How do we really design so we pull bio-innovations, we pull regenerative production through design? What does it look like? And again, this is a genuine question to all of us, but I think that's something maybe to focus on. So how does the design frame all of this moving forward? That would be my thought and my call, and also then pull some of the funding towards it as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, all four, for this lovely meeting today. Mirabella online, Magdalena, Maria-Liisa, and Marianne. And thank you. It was all M's, perfect. And I hope that you can take something away from this panel today, also in thinking about circular bioeconomy for the rest of the conference. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Gus. What an amazing panel. So strong on the institutional side. We got the EU, we got the EIT, we got Ellen MacArthur, and we got the BNP Paribas, the bank. What was your key takeaway from this session?
Oh, that's a good one. I think my key takeaway is something that Marianne also mentioned, which is that when we really think about innovation, we tend to think about the technological innovation. And both Marianne, Maria-Liisa, and Magdalena mentioned it, that it's also about a societal change. It's also really about the enabling environment that needs to happen. And it's about us. We are all, in our own way, leaders in this field to convince other people of what is necessary, and that the circular bioeconomy is not just optional, it is something that we need to do. And so we have to understand how do we then change the system to make sure that it becomes unavoidable.
For me, it was definitely insight and confirming that we have to look upstream to see how we design the economy and the design business models. And you truly provide confidence how we might embrace the bioeconomy for the journey to circular economy. I guess what your comment was, thank you, Gus, a lot. And that was perfect bridge for our next session. And Gus, coming from a circular economy, that was the analytics provider for the Poland Circularity Gap Report. And we were all thrilled when we launched this report a couple of years ago, showcasing that actually the Polish economy and Polish society contains above European average of circularity. Actually, it was 10.2%, and it was really an understatement how we need to get together to co-learn, and there isn't one size, one way to fix it all. And that's the bridge for the next session. We looked at the circular economy top-down. Now we will look at it bottom-up, how the Central and Eastern European bottom-up approach to promote bioeconomy also might happen. I'm welcoming you, Kartika Angriani. And also after Piotr, Jurga will be here. So, but Kartika, you're project manager and actually showcasing what Gus said on Collaborating Center on Sustainable Consumption and Production. Stage is yours.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So,
you can use this.
Okay.
Yes. And I will be a little bit strict with time.
Okay,
so you're,
understand.
A little bit above the time limit.
Of course. Yeah, no problem. So thanks a lot for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kartika Angriani. I'm a project manager with the CSCP in Germany. And today I come here with my colleagues Piotr Jurga from EU and also my colleague Carla Schmidt from CSCP. So we would like to share with you our project, our Horizon project that is called C2Ag. And I think a lot of things already mentioned today about the silo approach, about the needs for collaborations, cooperations. and to ensure that all these regulations, legislations are not siloed. So this is where we come. In particular, we work on bottom-up stakeholder engagement for advancing a circular bioeconomy. Let me see. Yeah, so this is just a quick structure of our presentations today about the project, about the stakeholder engagement, the bottom-up approach, our impact analysis on the stakeholder engagement, some key insights and good practices that we would like to bring to your attention, and hopefully this can further our discussions today and the days to come. And then later on, we are going to see the Poland's National Bioeconomy Hub, the video. I think that's very impressive how many stakeholders, the diversity of stakeholders that the hub managed to invite into the hubs. So first of all, in 2022, the C2A project was launched. Against this backdrop, there was a demand for public engagement and co-creation initiatives to respond to local sustainability challenges that we have been discussing so far today. And also at the same time, there is a need to realize the full potential of circular bioeconomy and facilitate the transitions of circular bioeconomy in the Central and Eastern European region. And against this backdrop, the C2I project employs a participatory bottom-up approach that will empower these diverse stakeholder groups to meet, to discuss, to have dialogues, and work together on common issues. And of course, later we come to see how many countries actually involved in this project. And in this bottom-up approach, we facilitate knowledge exchange, capacity building through digital materials, e-learning programs, networking, development of MOUs that my colleague already mentioned earlier today, and development of the 10 national bioeconomy roadmaps that we hope can contribute to the current policy-making process in the 10 countries to come up with the national bioeconomy strategies. So in our projects, there are 17 countries involved. The so-called knowledge transfer countries, which are, I don't have to mention it, you can see on the screen. These are countries that, in general, have already their national bioeconomy strategies. And the target countries include Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Greece, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, that when we kick off the project, they don't have the national bioeconomy strategies. Actually, until today, they haven't really officially adopted such strategies. And in case you are interested to get more information about the project, you can scan the QR code here, because actually the bottom-up stakeholder engagement is just one part of the project. The project itself is quite big. For example, we produce a report on potential indicators that these 10 countries can consider when they are pursuing bioeconomy agendas. So here I would like to illustrate to you the approach, why we pick the hubs format in our bottom-up stakeholder engagement. You can see here that it's decentralized, inclusive, and participatory. So we as a project, we don't try to approach national, regional stakeholders ourselves. We work through 10 hubs in the 10 countries that in turn works with regional and local stakeholders. That's why it's open, flexible, and dynamic, where anyone, basically anyone, can join, can contribute to the discussions, to the co-creation process. So in a hub, in the C2X hubs, we have, in general, hub coordinators facilitating the dialogues, the exchange among the different stakeholders. As you can see here, we target at least 4 stakeholder groups, which are research and academia, NGOs, private actors, and policymakers. And for example, in Poland, in the hubs, we are going to see in a few minutes, we have clusters where actually in a hub you can pursue many different topics of concerns in Poland in this case. And we have cluster leaders, so we don't accumulate power or authority in the hub coordinator. Instead, we decentralize the stakeholder engagement. There are many other outcomes coming out of the C2X hubs, but I would like to highlight the the fact that we managed, like this morning, we have this MOU signing in Poland, which is an achievement. So we would like to cement collaborations that are already taking place in the hubs through the MOUs. We have sustainability plan and national bioeconomy roadmaps. I'm winding up soon. And actually, we did this impact analysis earlier this year through using this method. I'm not going so much into details for the interest of time, but if you are interested, you can approach me and my colleague here after these sessions. So basically, the strategies used by the hubs are diverse, and it caters to the national context of the hubs. And maybe I don't have to go so much into details, but I would just like to share with you before the report is published, maybe towards the end of this month, November. So these are the patterns of strategies employed by the hubs. In Poland, for example, I think it's very unique. We have multi-organization leadership model where EU join forces with other organizations like ProCivis and EPRD to join forces and resources to run the hubs so that they can have more outreach to stakeholders. So out of this analysis, we can say that it's very effective way to engage in bottom-up stakeholder engagement because, again, in some countries, in Central Eastern European countries, bioeconomy is quite a new topic. So I could very much recommend this approach, using this bottom-up approach. And you can start with early stakeholder mapping, face-to-face meetings, awareness creations, and knowledge exchange, and consider the hubs as a good format for your engagement, not only as policymakers or companies, but also as NGOs and other formats. For the interest of time, I think, give me maybe 1 minute. We have to also So, as I said, I think we can share this report with you towards the end of the month. So we have experienced some successes, challenges, and some strategies forward beyond to 2025 when the project will be completed. And I think I would like, if it's possible, to show the video from the Polish hubs, if it's okay. Aniska, is that okay to play the video? Just maybe 5 minutes? Thank you. So if you can play the video. Thank you.
Before 3 o'clock. May also interact with you, and if you have questions, doubts, curiosity, take the floor, because I'm here for you today. If we want to have a real bioeconomy in Europe, we have to do it with the people that do bioeconomy on the ground, which is you. Czy są jakieś informacje na temat dzisiejszego programu?
Mamy jeszcze przed sobą 2 lata działalności Horyzontu Europa. Jak z sukcesem zainwestować w gospodarkę?
Postaram się odpowiedzieć na pytanie na przykładzie praktycznym. Zużycie zasobów. Proszę zobaczyć, na Stany Zjednoczone, one gdyby pokrywały całą ziemię, to by potrzebowały 5 ziemi, żeby...
National Bioeconomy Hub in Poland is supported by project C2Act, funded from Horizon Europe.
Trzy dni, w trakcie których z wieloma partnerami mogliśmy bardzo szczerze, ale też produktywnie porozmawiać i dojść do pewnego rodzaju konsensusu, który przyczyni się do powstania mapy drogowej dla biogospodarki.
Chciałam wam powiedzieć, tak, większość zasobów potrzebnych do systemowego działania już macie. Wasz kolektyw tutaj jest moim zdaniem świetnym przykładem collaborative governance, Bo tutaj nie jest tak, że przyjdzie ktoś z ministerstwa i po prostu wam te wszystkie rzeczy załatwi.
Tego sobie życzymy tutaj u nas również w kraju, żebyśmy mogli współdziałać w taki sposób, żebyśmy łączyli ze sobą możliwość wykorzystywania naszych wyników, a nie otwierali często otwarte już drzwi. Klaster biogospodarki.
Jakby skoordynować te działania. Ten twój ostatni slajd był świetny, gdzie pokazałeś przykłady projektu. Musimy lepiej agregować wiedzę i lepiej ją pokazywać.
Mamy najczarniejszą energię elektryczną w Europie. Ponad 13 tysięcy megawatów pełni kontrolowanej mocy. To jest ogromny, wielki, nieobecny w naszej gospodarce.
Bo biogospodarka często jest niezrozumiana.
I też jest pytanie nie o to, co jest lepsze, co jest gorsze, tylko jak to robimy i po co to robimy i kiedy to jest ważne. I czy mamy na przykład takie duże luki badawczej, czy ktoś to tak bardzo dobrze zbadał.
My mówimy o materiale, który zawiera w sobie, zależy jak liczyć, od 25 do 30 tysięcy różnych związków chemicznych. Proszę się przyjrzeć, na co je wykorzystamy.
Jestem wielkim zwolennikiem niepalenia surowej biomasy, ewentualnie na samym końcu cyklu życia jako elementu utylizacji.
Jeżeli dopłaty do produkcji X są 5 razy większe, można nic nie robić i wziąć jakieś pieniądze, to tak będzie robione.
To wszystko, co się wydarzyło przez ostatnie 40 minut, to jest klasyczny przykład uczenia się z portfolio istniejących działań. Ja zgadzam się z panem, ale uważam, że on jest niepełny. Jutro się widzimy.
Dzisiaj dzięki współpracy z naszym partnerem, Narodowym Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, w ramach Krajowego Hubu Biogospodarki spotykamy się po to, żeby wspólnie zastanowić się, czego potrzebujemy w ramach mapy drogowej dla biogospodarki. Chcielibyśmy taki draft mapy drogowej opracować też we współpracy z państwem.
Pracę nad dokumentem musimy też połączyć z pracą nad mocną narracją.
Paszportyzacja, czyli świadomość pochodzenia tej żywności. I tu w kontekście właśnie biogospodarki też myślę, że to jest ogromna szansa dla Polski, żeby pokazać, że to jest polski produkt, że jest to produkt wysokiej jakości, jest znane jego pochodzenie, każdy może je zweryfikować.
Thank you so much, Katiga. It's really not fair giving you so few minutes. Feel really bad pulling you out, but I really loved seeing this movie. We recognized lots of people from earlier on, and that's also where we welcome Piotr Jurga. Where are you? If you could come in and give us the closing words as you represent the Institute of Soil Science, okay?
Yeah, so thanks a lot. You can just have a look on many of the videos which give you the insight from different hubs. But I think Kartika, she really well explained what was the goal. The goal was to somehow push our ministries and also to create a group of the experts who can really contribute to the moving forward and also implementing the policy, but not only implementing the policy, also for having a really effective cooperation and towards to the circular economy. Yeah, so this is my final word.
Thank you, so inspiring. I thought bioeconomy full day will be like we will have oceans of time, but so sorry about the kite surfing on the topic. I'm very sure we will hear about this project later on as well. It looks fantastic. Thank you for the inspiration. So here we go into the final part of this day at the French Embassy. And I am to welcome Mariusz Maciejczak. Welcome. Now, this will be among my favorite topics because we're actually walking into the fantastic field of innovation. What are your concerns as we are just wrapping up of the day and you're inviting this panel?
Well, welcome and thank you very much for invitation. Answering to your question, we had a really inspiring gathering today and with a lot of things that has been addressed. What I gather from that is, first of all, bioeconomy has a systemic base, and thinking about the systemic base, we need to emphasize that no system has been mature from the scratch, and we are maturing. And as we are maturing, bioeconomy and circular bioeconomy becomes a kind of new paradigm where the innovation plays a basic role. Why? Because bioeconomy is a kind of game changer. It's a wind of creative destruction that changes sectors and changes our perceptions. This is one. And the second thing is, it transcends the boundaries of sectors, transcends the boundaries of how we perceive our day-to-day life. And I think this we will address in our panel. And the panelists will speak about the good examples, how the things are developing in different spheres, starting from technological advancements through municipality issues and so on and so on.
Excellent. And for those of you who don't know Mariusz yet, he is a professor at the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. And you can just put a coin on him and he will just thrill us with innovation experience. Myself, working on the University of Life Sciences and Business in Oslo, I really hope that you will inspire us and see how we will pick up after this day has been. So, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and please welcome distinguished panelists who accepted the invitation to today's panel, to which we will speak about best practices in the development and implementation of the bioeconomy. I would please welcome Dr. Anna Kozera-Szałkowska, Managing Director from Plastic Europe Poland. Welcome. Please take a seat. Dr. Kozera-Szałkowska is in the forefront of efforts to reshape the material sector, ensuring it meets the evolved needs of both the environment and the economy. I would like to also welcome Magdalena Evertsen from Circular Economy, as a Circular Economy Coordinator from Fredrikstad Municipality in Norway. Welcome. Very pleased to meet you. Please take a seat. This is a really exceptional municipality, and Magdalena is leading exceptional projects that links governance, citizenships, and local entrepreneurship that we all are looking for, and we are looking forward to see the examples. Please welcome Mr. Tomasz Szpil, co-founder and CEO of Myko Limited Liability. Pleased to have you here. Please take a seat. Tomasz is a biotechnology entrepreneur specializing in the development of mycelium-based materials and sustainable alternatives to plastic and synthetic forms. I would like to also welcome Dr. Olaf Horbańczuk, a president from Association for Sustainable Agriculture and Food. Olaf, please join us here. Welcome. Olaf is an expert in sustainable agriculture and bioeconomy integration within the agri-food sector. It's my great pleasure to welcome also Aleksandra Leszczyńska. Aleksandra? Yes, you are here with us. Welcome. Please take a seat. Alexandra is specialist in agriculture in the Wetlands Conservation Center. Her expertise includes sustainable land use, greenhouse gas emission from peatlands, wetland agriculture, as well as stakeholder engagement and advocacy. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Tomasz Mierzwa, CEO of Myko Renew. Tomasz, welcome. Tomasz leads biotechnology company developing myco-remediation and bio-based waste management technologies. Please welcome once more our distinguished panelists. As we are running around about of time, I would like to also take a seat and go straight to the business and address the first question to Dr. Kozera-Szałkowska. We all are really looking for good examples of how the bioeconomy works, or circular bioeconomy works in practice. How does Plastic Europe engage with policymakers and local this to aligning industry goals with sustainability and climate neutral targets, and in that line, how bioeconomy narratives helps in this process?
Well, Plastics Europe is an association representing plastic producers. So, as you may know, bioplastics is part of those our member companies are producing. And 2 years ago, Plastics Europe members announced the roadmap towards net zero emissions and circularity in 2050. And in this roadmap, we are showing how the plastic system, because we need to remember that we are not only plastic producers. Plastics are produced because we need them in almost every area of life. And we want to have this plastic system sustainable and net zero emission. And we see that it's feasible. We see the roadmap, and our engaging with I think, every value chain actor and also policymakers is to show the way to the goal. And maybe one more comment about bioeconomy and bioplastics. You know, I think that the most important in this discussion is that we need to think about the carbon cycles. We need to think about how the carbon is entering the economy, going out from this economy, and in that sense, we really think to we really need to think and also act holistically. Coming back for a while to this system, plastic system, what does it mean for the system? It means that the plastics will be sustainably produced, and there is a lot of already innovation in that areas, then will be sustainably used at the end of life, sustainably managed, just to have this first full circle. I don't know if I answer your question.
Thank you very much, and that incorporates also the perception of the end users, how to deal with these plastic elements.
Yeah, especially that in bioplastics, we really need to know every time we use the phrase bioplastics, we really need to know what we are thinking about, what we are really having in mind. Do we have in mind the plastics which are produced from biosource? We have many technologies to do that. Do we think about plastics which are biodegradable? And that difference we always have to have in mind. Unfortunately, it is really mixed very often, not only in public perception, but also very often mixed in science, unfortunately also in policies. So I really like what was announced in this leaked bioeconomy strategy, because all of you know that it leaked, the document leaked. We already have seen what the Commission have in mind. And we are really happy that we see in this document that, first of all, there will be de-incentivizing of incineration of bio-waste or biomaterials. This is really important. And also, there will be, there is a need for clarification what bioplastic means, that everybody, not only consumer, but also everybody who uses this word really knows what does it mean. And in that terms, again, the definition is very important. So, but don't talk about definition now, because then I would just dominate all the
Thank you very much. And we are moving from the industrial or the sectoral perspective to regional and local perspective, focusing on the example from Norway, Fredrikstad municipality, one of the leading regions or cities in recognizing and developing also the sustainability strategy. How the circular city initiatives look in Fredrikstad. Magdalena, please.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation from Innova. I am very happy to be here. And indeed, Fredrikstad is recognized as a circular city. I have actually with me a magazine that we are publishing. It says Circular Capital, Fredrikstad. And this is actually a summary of all the sustainability work that we are doing in Fredrikstad. And the success factor of Fredrikstad is actually very well functioning industrial symbiosis in the industrial park that we are very lucky to have, called Öra. And Öra is a very special place because it's 200 companies are located there. And this is a bottom-up initiative, so no politicians were involved to the developing of this site, and they are responsible for recovering 20% of whole waste produced in Norway. So it's very big amount. And in the heart of Öra, there is a biogas plant which is producing 30 gigawatt hours of biogas, which is used in the buses in Fredrikstad. And some of the percentage also goes to these companies located in Öra. So it's a very good example of this industrial symbiosis. But it would not be possible without the residents of Fredrikstad, which are very clever to collecting or separating the food waste, which goes to biogas plant in Öra. It's also producing from biogas is produced from the food waste and sludge, but food waste is a very big percentage. So in my municipality, the main priority is to increase the rate of sorting of food waste. It's now around 40%. We are collecting that are separated from residual waste, but it's still not enough for us. So we are focusing what kind of initiatives we can have to increase this amount. And one thing we have done, also in collaboration with my project, EU project Treasures, is to develop the course for the residents, like knowledge awareness building course, which focus on food waste, what is the used for, what is the advantage of food waste. And you can probably ask yourself how we can secure the participation of this kind of courses, because it's not easy how to motivate people to participate. And this may be good advice maybe for some municipalities here, maybe Warsaw, that we are going to include this course in the package, like we call the introduction package for new residents in municipality. So if somebody is coming to Fredrikstad, there is a whole package with introduction, like about the health sector, about the work sector, and the one element is also about the waste sorting.
Would it be that as the best example, if not this, maybe you can mention another one that other municipalities, not only in Norway, but also in other countries could take as a best practice from your municipality? Or something else?
I hope so. I hope that this will be very effective and will increase because we discovered that awareness in the residents are the most important thing when it comes to food sorting, that they are not aware that this goes to biogas. There is many myths, how to say, that food are going to be burned like other kind of waste. So this we are fighting with.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Tomasz, Bioeconomy has pioneered the use of mycelium materials in design and packaging. What inspired this approach, and what are the key success factors behind this scaling up project?
Thank you so much for the question. Inspiration, I'm going to make it relatively simple, I have a 4.5-year-old who I would like to leave a better world for.
Okay.
And the way things are going, it's not looking good. So that is the main motivation behind it. However, looking deeper into it, we wanted to create a product that would eliminate a EPS styrofoam problem, which I'm a big fan of hiking, of swimming in the ocean. I'm sure any one of you had the opportunity to go down a forest trail, and all of a sudden you see a beautiful pile of plastic trash just laying there. That is something I can't accept, and so that is something that I would like to change. So the way we scaled things and the way we made the product, we asked ourselves the question of what is the end of life first? What do we want our product to, where do we want it to end up, and how do we want it to be treated? Well, we found this in mushrooms, more precisely in mycelium, the root structures of the mushrooms. They have a very interesting property of weaving. So I have a very gifted biohacker, if you will, and also brother-in-law, Ignacy Furmańczak, who has managed to hack these mushrooms and the structures they build to a degree where we're able to create materials using different plant material. It basically interlocks our substrate in a way where it can produce elastic packaging. It can be as hard as a rock where you can hammer it and use it to hammer in a nail. You can have it very sturdy or very elastic. But the key behind it is what we wanted for the industry and what the industry required of us was something that is, in the long term, very resilient, but biodegradable. So this is a bit of a duality where one technically excludes the other. So what we found and what we did was we managed to create a material where if you basically leave it alone in a warehouse, it's good for 20 years. But if you crumple it up and you throw it into your garden, within 30 days it's fertilizer. So this is, so again, we looked at what the industry needed, and now we would like to introduce it basically to, we recently started, not so much as in April.
Okay.
And
my question,
yes,
additional one is, when it was the momentum you realized it can work?
Well, I did keep my bio talent in a garage for 3 years. They worked really hard through 3 years of trial and error and a fair amount of cash. We managed to figure out different properties and different ways that this substance grows. There's, again, different types of mushrooms. There's the reishi, there's the prawdziwki. Each one of them has a particular way that they grow in their root structures. So, if you could just remind me of the question again.
So when you realize it is really a workable idea?
So after 3 years, when we did have the sturdiness, the 20-year reliability of the product, that it will not break down on its own, and it was biodegradable within the 30 days after that, we realized that this is a time to put it out there. We did a test at the PTAC Warsaw Expo, and thereby we found that there's a very large interest in this biomaterial, including clients from Australia. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
Congratulations to that. I will move on to Olaf, and I would like to ask you, Olaf, what forms of collaboration between science, business, policy have proven most effective in advancing sustainable agriculture practices, as we are speaking about circular bioeconomy, in Poland especially?
So we have a lot of good examples of cooperation between science, private sector, NGOs as mine, and administrative bodies. So, for example, I can say something about ourselves. We created Sustainable Academy of Sustainable Agriculture and Food Production. So it's like free for farmers, for consumers, for everyone who is interested in. And it was made with a huge help of scientists, of private sector, NGOs, and farmers. We also create a guidebook about like practices and how we can deal with sustainable agriculture in practice in general in Poland. So if someone would like to know something about it, we can just upload it from our site and that's it. We have a lot of good examples from our colleagues from different organizations like EIT Food, and we have a project called Landscape Scale 360, if I'm correct. In Lower Silesia, we have a project between agri-food companies and farmers on regenerative practices and soil quality. We have nice examples of our Dutch colleagues who made a project in Poland on soil quality. We had some projects from France, from Germany. So I think there is a lot of projects like that, and most of them are focused on education and increasing the awareness of consumer, farmers, and administrative bodies.
Okay. If you could mention one example of really working initiative that you have in mind regarding the bioeconomy in agriculture sector in Poland, what it would be?
Oh, that's a good question. But like from this practical point of view, I can say about what's, for example, like Orlen as a huge Polish company is doing right now. So they building bioethanol plant in south of Poland, and it's the first project in Poland and one of the first in Europe like that. So it's about how to cooperate with farmers to use a surplus of straw and turn it into bioethanol. The plan is to have, I think, 40,000 tons of bioethanol per year. So it's something really nice from Polish point of view and from point of view of bioeconomy in Poland.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Alexandra. Alexandra, wetlands are extreme reservoirs of ecosystem services. How can wetland ecosystems be integrated into national or regional bioeconomy strategies, but without compromising biodiversity? What is your point of view?
And that's absolutely true that wetlands provide crucial ecosystem services, but it's important to remember that they do it when they are healthy. So we haven't been really good at managing wetland ecosystems. We've channeled our rivers, we've polluted our lakes with agricultural inputs, with industrial waste, and we've drained the great majority of our peatlands, which are specifically important in terms of biodiversity. Healthy peatlands are biodiversity hotspots. They are home to rare species and they are breeding habitats for many birds. And although we drained the great majority of peatlands in our country, there are still some spots that are in relatively good condition. So I think, first of all, we have to remember that these need to be protected. But actually, hydrological systems are very complex and they cover really large areas. So we are usually not able to protect a wetland in a good condition if we cannot affect or what is happening around it. So the management of the surroundings is crucial, and I think these are the areas that should be prioritized in bioeconomic strategies. A precise example is paludiculture, which is wet agriculture. It's the only sustainable way of managing peatlands. So drained peatlands, they don't represent much value in terms of biodiversity. They are degraded. But if we raise the water levels, often we can influence the water levels on some parts of this peatland system that are still quite okay. And on these re-wetted sites, we can actually run activity, economic activity. And these places can serve the climate protection, but also they can be the source of biomass that has lots of applications in bioeconomy.
In the context you're speaking about, the word education seems to be very appropriate. Today we didn't hear much as about education as about other concepts. Could you please tell us how education, or what role of education plays in the role of integrating wetland management into broader perspective of bioeconomy and circularity?
Absolutely. The education and raising awareness is crucial. I think a good example of this are peat-free campaigns that took place, for example, in the UK. Like many people who deal with hobby gardening, they are not aware that the soil they are using comes from peatlands, and it actually affects the nature really strongly. So you could see that after implementing these educational campaigns, the market share of alternative peat-free substrates, growing substrates, became significantly larger. Also, some retailers joined the movement by making some claims about not including any peat-grown plants in their shops. However, there was not much impact on the business, so on the professional farming, professional gardening. So I think it is important, but we cannot forget about the policy and creating the favorable conditions for the bioeconomy, for the business.
Altogether, systemic approach is needed. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Tomasz. Tomasz, your company, MycoRenew, develops biological solutions for waste and pollution management. How important, from your perspective, are cross-sector partnerships in developing this kind of bioeconomy applications?
In our case, cross partnerships are crucial, because from the one hand, we need to talk with the cities about current systems, which, because as probably all of you know, from the beginning of this year, each country is obligated to start segregation of the textiles waste because we are handling the textiles, And for the second, we need to talk with the fashion brands owners, and we are talking with them about testing our biodegradation process. And from the third part, we also need to talk with R&D centers, because our solution is we hire, for example, the best scientists in the world, like Professor Katarina Turnau. According to the Stanford University, she's in top 2% mycologists in the world. We also are talking with Dr. Vivek from MIT, Boston. So and also we are talking with the construction industry, because our solution is not only the recycling process. We don't want to only eliminate the waste, but we want to create a new material. And we find out that construction industry could handle with such big amounts of the waste which are produced by fashion industry, because it's like 92 million tons per year. Clothes are thrown away, each year.
Okay, do you feel that the business or the capital will knock to your doors, or it is you that will knock to the doors of capital to develop your business? How it is going right now, and how can be in close future?
So time to market is perfect for us, according to the EU regulation. But with the capital is a little bit challenging, because from the one side, EU regulation or Europe talking that our advantage as Europe is the deep tech. And for the second hand, we have venture capital companies which expect that if they invest money, they could receive the return in the half of year. So this is the problematic case. For just to show you how this looks like in the United States. In the United States, chemical process, like company called Circ, it was able to take from the market like $100 million for the investments. And in Europe, this kind of investments are almost impossible.
My question to all of the panelists: the system is as strong as its weakest element. Could you please mention just one bottleneck that you think that is blocking the circular bioeconomy system to progress, to develop? What it is from your perspective, Tomasz?
But you are thinking about the regulation?
It's up to you which element of the system you will mention. What blocks your development? Where's the break?
So, in my opinion, if we are taking this, providing these new EU regulations, then we should also obligate each nation to start investing in such R&D solutions.
So legislation. Thank you very much, Alexandra.
I can agree that for polyculture, one of the bottlenecks is the missing legal and administrative framework, including the proper regulations in the Common Agricultural Policy that in Poland still strongly supports the drainage-based agriculture. However, another important component is building up stable value chains. So also involvement of the business partners, innovators in these sectors is crucial to also be able to offer something to the farmers so they know that there will be a buyer for their product.
Okay, thank you very much. Olaf, from your point of view?
So I think that like integrated, solid strategy of Polish bioeconomy strategy or strategy for Poland. So that's I think the huge gap I think in Poland in general.
Okay, thank you very much, Tomasz.
To me, it's definitely commercialization. Very few people validate their ideas against the economy. Everybody thinks they have the best idea in the world. Once you check, about 3/4 of them fall off. So if I may make a little plug for the Garage Genius program at the Invest in Spółka ZOO. This is a place, for instance, where I work, where we validate such ideas and actually go through the rigors of making sure that, apart from being innovative, it's actually economical.
Okay, thank you very much. Magdalena?
One word, predictability. Long-term initiatives that support businesses to invest. I work most with biogas, and even Norway still don't have this long-term financial support. I think maybe Denmark has, or Sweden or Denmark has this, that if you produce, this is like a contract there. Like if you are building a biogas plant, you are not getting only financial support in implementation, but also by the how much biogas you produce. And I think this is very important if you want to invest in biogas.
Thank you very much. And,
for me, I think that level playing field for technologies and also for financing, because we have a lot of nice technologies. And just to refer to the example given by a colleague from Netherlands, this installation facility which was opened by Princess, you know, that this was something about I was learning some time ago. They invented this like 15 years ago or 20 even maybe. Now it's reality. Maybe if there were some more support earlier, it would be earlier, maybe. So that's from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there maybe any questions, comments from the audience you would like to share? Some thoughts with our panelists. Yes.
Maybe a question to you, Magdalena. Since you primarily work now on gasification or biogas production, are there also initiatives to upscale that waste even more? Because of course, you know, biogas is better than burning it or burying it, but then still you're losing a lot of value as the useful waste stream.
In case of Norway, there is financial support. You can get, or municipality can get financial support from Enova, but there is one factor that you have to be aware of, and this is innovation. You have to have some innovative plan in your biogas implementation. So this is, in my opinion, a good idea to develop to support the development of biogas in Norway, but there is a dark side on that people are a bit skeptical how to involve this innovative factor in their plans. So some of them can be a bit reluctant to start planning of biogas. Yeah, this will be my answer.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
What's your advice for startups in material transition process? To be more focused on innovation or to be more focused on the market needs? And whether it can go together?
I would say it's a dual process. Both are very important. I mean, again, there is a huge gap between going from TRL 4 to TRL 9. Most people will never consider that huge leap, and by doing so, they often fall into a big crevice, or we can call it the bioeconomy gap.
So innovation, but affordable.
Exactly.
We need to remember that not only TRL, but also market readiness level exists.
BRL and so on. So.
Yeah, so that's important. One more word from Anna, please.
Just as an end for this panel, because really I waited since the very beginning when this event was opened by Mr. Ambassador. He mentioned Eva Curie. We are the place in the room of Eva Curie. And I don't know if you all know that her book about Maria Skłodowska-Curie, the biography, just have a new edition, Polish edition, which is complete, which is revised. And I really encourage you to buy this book because it's a marvelous book about Maria Skłodowska-Curie. She was an innovator and inventor. So we are really happy that this panel took place in this room, really.
Okay, let's look for the best examples and inspirations, though. Thank you very much for your participation and for your... Thank you.
Thank you all. We are very inspirational.
Which one would you like?
So long day. We're all hungry.
Yeah. Stretch our legs, stretch our shoulders. Now it's time to digest what we heard and get some time together. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And we invite you tomorrow for the next events of Circular Week. Tomorrow we talk about the circularity construction, urban resilience, circular cities, and then will be the conference on Thursday in the Dutch Embassy, circular energy transformation. So there is like a lot, in front of us. So
I really want to thank Ambassador Etienne de Pensin and your crew. It has really been insightful to spend the full day as the room of Marie Curie and really opening the first day of this splendid Circular Week Warsaw. And I was just I was impressed by the international talks we had today. But we know the circular economy, the solutions are local, economy is global. So thank you so much for the first day.
thank you very much and welcome and for the